this is Fred Ottman, Tugboat Typhoon, the Shockmaster, the B.A.D.D. Big Steel Man coming at you live from the road with some exciting news. Do you guys know what today is? Saturday. That's right, Saturday. And tonight is another episode of the TKN Green Room. Grand. But I'm just going to educate you. As of today, there's been 100 Hall of Famers that have been on this program, okay? All right? 100, okay? Let me give you that again. 100 Hall of Famers. That's Oscar, Emmy, Golden Globe, Grammy, Tony, AMA, WGA, and Olympians that have joined this tournament. How amazing is that? Man, I'm just in shock. And when I told you in the past, they came out of the woodwork and continue to come out of the woodwork to be a part of this great event. It's incredible. Every week you get a chance to listen, okay, in depth to these amazing competitors, all right? Going for the prize. That's right. That's what it's all about. And new friendships being made, and maybe not so many friendships being made, because, you know, as a competitor myself, I've never taken loss very easily. It always put me back in the gym to train harder, to do better the next time, no matter what I do. So stay tuned tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, live for the grand. You won't be disappointed. Ha ha! See you.
The word go forth from this time and place that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans.
You've done a nice thing, promising.
This letter was an example of grace.
Piper, you're a...
This researcher starts morphing into the thing. He starts really freaking out.
He spoke fluent Spanish because he battled the Mexicans so much. This right here is enough to declare Geronimo a great leader.
We want to send a message to people have different views on life, you know, and so I think schools should have a quiet time.
Stay here while I go talk.
Now the guy that lost the popular vote is making these decisions, and he's made a lot of them. That's my issue.
But they chose to be in the Army. And I think if you correspond that to what happened in the Vietnam War.
The U.S., the Arvin South, and the North. You can sit there and eat a meal. There was controversy with how we reported the war. There was controversy because there was inconsistent leadership. And let's take it back. Let's go chronological. Why not? Since this is a historical topic, why don't we talk about the military-industrial complex? Why don't we talk about the fact that when Eisenhower gave his farewell address in January 1961, he warned John F. Kennedy. He told him, don't betray your military.
Was cast into a thermonuclear conflict because that's probably the main reason he lost his life.
To the Black Sox scandal and opposed to the death penalty for SMU.
From Playboy to the Bible. Advice is just an opinion.
The third person who's given me this.
You can't have a garden without a dirt, and you can't have a garden without a seed.
I don't understand what.
Because my daughter was one of the first people that we got a computer. My husband was writing on them.
We're often associated with it.
They called Nothing to Fear But Fear Self was to lessen those fears of a bigger government.
We must be old friends.
It was a message of reminding women who they were.
For every single.
But the old guys, you see, the old guys had a bigger advantage because they did, it was a job. And you did 3-4 movies a year.
See, this is my good buddy, Fawn.
I'm the only one he didn't invite.
Bigger than water.
I mean, the wars are never going to stop because man, by his very nature, is selfish.
For USA title.
That Ray Lewis was on Dancing with the Stars.
Being a Minnesota native, I'm almost betraying my beloved Minnesota Vikings.
A lot of people I know are jerks.
I was much taller and much bigger than Audrey Hepburn ever could have been.
And I think this is the perfect opportunity for life to imitate art.
It's 450 pages long.
This is Michael.
White, and it put lie to the fable that no young people will watch.
Part of your talk.
The early 2000s was the last one. But the baseball team has always been at a high level.
If that would have happened, I wouldn't have been a professional wrestler.
American dream lives on.
You're listening to
For the parts.
I'm going to learn how to game this system. And he does.
Because I can control this sport.
Don't dare play me. We're in what you need. Truly need.
The Nobel Peace.
And he goes, just you start with this.
If I can get 34, kill anybody who does.
John Wayne said, I don't give jobs, I hire men.
Shit doesn't grow on trees, you know.
That could inhabit.
All this she was going through, but it was so inspiring to me to just hear good time.
These are titanium.
To the Supreme Court, I had to fight the NBA, the NC2A, and all of the powers that be.
There's that head-to-head matchup.
She says, you used to be my hero in wrestling, but now you're my hero in life.
Quote the Raven.
Is it better to be aware of your consciousness than not?
Are there advantages?
This is Lucas.
But we must attain the knowledge that will allow us to help other people.
You won't be able to stay.
Unfortunately for Muhammad, he had to give up his career, his lifeline, to go to prison for something he truly, truly believed in.
You know what I'm saying? With the will of my skills and the will of God, I was able to pull out a 9th-round knockout.
You might try that hot shot.
For me, the perfect ending is Orson Welles' Citizen Kane.
Wow, I need to have that faith in myself too.
And every training and every part of basketball that I want that.
Move the grid.
If I can use Barbie as an example, she looks like I would.
We would be disguised as Catholic nuns. Non sequitur.
Your brother's choking on the raisins. And Scott goes, well, take them away from him.
You look forward to training every day, even though it's brutal sometimes.
Yeah, heck yeah, I'm here to win. It's in my DNA.
I'm here to do my best.
Everybody has some pride.
Victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. Plan on winning tonight.
Here doing mental push-ups.
Winning is really important. What's even greater is inspiring. That's what you do with this show.
Well, you're in it to win it, or why be in it at all?
I'm about winning.
I think I'd be more interested in the prize.
It's about the prize.
I am here to go for the gusto.
Why are you keeping score if you don't want to win it?
I would like to win. We all want to win.
I'm here to win.
You know, I'll leave it up to the voters.
Of course, I'd love to win.
I'm always in it to win it, Avi.
I'm definitely in it to win it.
I've already won.
I hate losing. I want to go to Greece.
It's about the pride. You don't want to come in second. You want to be first.
Well, of course I am. I don't do nothing to lose.
Yes, I do. Of course I do. I want to go to Greece.
I have a newborn daughter. I'm here to win it for her.
Wouldn't be on here if I wasn't going to win something.
Yes, I'm going to win it all, man.
I'm winning it all, baby.
So definitely. To win, I'll turn it back into the pool.
The money? Absolutely. I'm going for it.
Party people! That's right. I'm here. Nothing better than the top.
Well, I'm going to give it 110%.
We don't go out with no losing mentality.
I'm here to win. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here to win the whole thing, man. I don't get in the ring for losing, man. I'm like in the ring right now.
To do the best I can. Looking forward to it.
But I am here to win.
I'm here to win it, win it.
If they had competition in it, I definitely want to be the one to win.
Somebody's going to be a winner.
And have to want to win this thing.
The Mountie always gets his man.
Dude, I'm going to win.
I don't play. I just
You're here to win the entire thing, my friend?
Of course. So yeah. I love it.
At the end of the day, would you like to win this entire tournament, my friend?
Why not? I've been to Greece once. I'd love to see it again.
Are you here to win the entire thing, my friend?
I'll just say this, Avi. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
win.
You finally feel as if you made it when you were, I don't know, maybe being stopped in groceries and airports after appearing on Mary Hartman.
That's exactly right. You've really done your research. That's impressive.
You're sheer 9 or 10. You're probably 9.5. And that is no one's perfect. But honest to God, you're terrific. You do your homework. And
I appreciate
I've done
that.
everybody. I've done, in the 80s, I did Johnny Carson. I did Merv Griffin. I did it all. And you're very energetic and good. You asked the right question.
Welcome, Bronson Pinchot, my friend.
Thank you. I commend you for that.
I mean, that was fantastic. You are great. The only other person that has that kind of spontaneity and the gift of gab was the late, great Chick Hearn. We thought Golden Throat was gone, but he's reincarnated in you.
Thank you, Avi. I agree with all your previous guests. You give good intro.
Another trio of questions, now more underrated. We have Billy D. Williams, Italian man named Skippy, or unicycle.
I'm sorry, Italian men named Skippy. Put me away, Avi. That's.
They sold the merchandise and merch.
They put their own sequels in the movie ahead of time.
Abolish the political parties.
I'll tell you this, Av, you definitely do your homework. Hey, like I said, the good thing about you're extremely prepared, much more prepared than most interviewers that I get.
Oh, where'd you get that book from?
Yeah, there we go.
That's my earful. That's
Yeah.
easy. You guys, I tell you what, you did your homework.
Did you have fun here in the green room?
Anytime you want me back, I'm here, brother.
I'm speechless after that. I'm trying to come down from the mountaintop. Prince used to say, we went to the mountaintop. Well,
Glad I filmed that, man. I saw everybody else was so hyped on your intros. I figured I better get that thing since it was live. That was excellent.
Thank you, Avi, and it's just amazing, this show. I'm growing. It's growing on me. It's growing on all America, North America, I think around the world. You've invented something amazing.
John Amos.
Man, what an introduction. I hope I can live up to that. God bless you.
I'm prepared to take on this challenge of this wonderful monologue that you've written, and I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do after I read it again for maybe the third or fourth time. I wish that I'd had the time to commit it to memory because it deserves that. Giving me your thoughts and your input, because as I told you, that piece that you sent me is, I love good writing.
Holy cow, what an intro that was. I couldn't have said it better than myself.
Thank you, my friend. What an introduction, I'll tell you. It's amazing.
I've just been waiting on one of those introductions, and I was sitting there watching the opening of the show, seeing all these guys talk about, oh man, thank you, that was the greatest introduction we've ever had. And I'm sitting here, I'm saying to myself, please, I'm waiting on him to introduce me. I want to see exactly what they mean, and they didn't lie. All I can say is, what an honor.
Pleasure being here, man. It's an honor.
Whoa, dude. Yo, if I ever need to find somebody, just in general, I am calling you. That was incredible.
Yeah. Thank you for that great introduction. This is awesome.
This is how I feel about your introduction.
Avi, thank you, man. That is quite the introduction. I've done a ton of these things, as you know. I've never had an intro like that. Kudos to you, man. It's an honor to be with you. Thanks for having me. I totally appreciate it.
Thank you. That's the best introduction I've ever heard in my life. You know something? You need to quit the show and be my moderator and travel with me.
I don't know what to say. I think you should write my own book like the intro. Would you do that again?
You're amazing, brother. I was always known as a good talker, but I don't know what the hell to say after listening to you. You're amazing.
Thanks, man. That was great. I love the introduction. Yeah, you go with me anywhere and introduce me. I appreciate that. That was the best introduction I ever had in my life, my career.
Avi likes to move it.
Oh my God, Avi.
Avi, I'm exhausted from listening to you.
Avi, that was unbelievable. Some of the stuff that you brought up, man, you bringing back memories, man. That was fun.
Wow, dude. And that is amazingly everything that's happened in my life up till this moment right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Avi. It was quite a dissertation.
Thank you, Avi. What a pleasure. I don't know what to say after that.
Thank you so much. That is the finest rhymed eulogy I've ever heard in my life.
Thank you, Avi. You definitely have skill, my friend.
I think that you've done a fabulous job, and I have not met an interviewer like you. Neither have I had some of these questions that really sort of went very deep into my heart.
I thought it was a really good time. It's about education and entertainment.
Man, I had a ball tonight, man. No lie.
I did. I enjoyed it immensely. It really got me thinking, and I really got a chance to meet a couple of fantastic guys.
Now, but my hats off to you. I could have stayed on for hours more. I love different topics. You letting us speak and just reaching other things we never ever spoke about.
Dude, absolutely. Oh my God, this was beyond expectations.
Yes,
I
sir.
love you. This is amazing.
Did you have fun, man?
I really did, Avi. Thank you. It was great. I had a great time. It was great. I mean, your intro for me was just awesome, but also the intro to the show was like, wow, you have all of these people. The only two people I want to beat right now is Rick Barry and Eddie Johnson. I'm coming for you.
Really good discussion and the respect and you're at the center of it all. And you really are terrific at this. I've never done anything remotely like this. And
I had a blast, man. This was absolutely phenomenal. I hope this takes off even bigger and better.
I had a wonderful time, Avi. You gave me good eargasm tonight, man. I love your voice. I love the things that you talk about, man, and the gift of gab you have. But you're great, my friend. Like I told you, it's almost like you're Chick Hearn reincarnated.
It's completely different. I mean, it's not like a podcast at all. Avi, the way you talk, you're amazing, brother.
This is different. I don't even know where you come up with these questions. You're so innovative. I love it, man, because it got me thinking. Man, this is beautiful. When you got a hangover, you can have some of these.
I've had a 32-year hangover watching the Knicks.
Is eargasm a word?
It is now.
You have something amazing going with the show but you're there and you're educating us. You're taking people from different eras, different disciplines. If you're taking us out of our comfort zone, you're making us fall in love with people that we didn't know.
No one will ever ad-lib like you. It is amazing, though, that everyone that comes on, they always say the same thing. How did you know all of that? That is just simply amazing.
That was one of the best introductions I've ever had in my entire life. Better than my bar mitzvah.
Did you find the technique itself helpful when it came to observing your scene partner staying present instead of strictly relying upon memory?
That's a great question, Avi.
Ralph Cramden, the yoga instructor, or Don Corleone, the computer repair person?
I really enjoyed this, man. You're a smart guy, and you ask really good questions. And
Joe, welcome, my friend.
I think I have whiplash, Avi. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Avi. Good to be back.
What a hell of an introduction. That was cool, man. I don't even think Michael Buffer did it better than you, brother.
Thank you, Avi. What an introduction. That was very impressive.
Stretch.
Yo, that was dope.
I
You
appreciate
better than
it.
a lot of these rappers out there.
I stand in awe of your memory and your ability to rhyme, and it's just amazing.
What an incredible introduction, Avi. That is probably the best introduction I've ever had.
Brother, I'm going to take you with me everywhere to get an introduction. That's the best introduction I've ever had in my life.
I am so happy to be on this show.
I hope you didn't mind it. I filmed that intro you just did for me because I'm going to play that on my low self-esteem day.
Hey, Avi, how you doing? Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Jake Roberts, my friend.
Wow, that was scary.
How you doing?
Thank you, Avi. That was mind-blowing.
I love this. This is great. You got the intro down to a science, baby.
That was great, man. Where'd you dig that all up? That's amazing.
Hey, Avi. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
It's great to be here and great to be back interviewed by you. It's been far too long.
Happy New Year.
Oh, you are so wonderful. Happy New Year to you. I am so grateful for our friendship. You appreciate things in people that make such a difference. You're quite wonderful. It's brilliant.
You made me laugh too. It was great.
I think Alf would be wisecracking while the alien would be tearing everybody apart, I guess. Let's talk about some of the 80s horror classics. Eddie, welcome, my friend.
Well, thank you for having me, and I'm excited about it.
All of the actors and directors, different worlds come together. This is like a sanctuary for those people because we don't always get to talk about the things that really, truly move us. I love this show because it makes me feel.
Welcome to the green room.
How did you do that thing where you were talking so fast?
I don't know.
I very few people can do what you did. Well, the acting teacher here, 35 years, commends you on your ability to do that. I'm very impressed.
Man, I had a ball tonight. Nobody do it like my boy Avi. I had a good time.
Because I've done podcasts in the past, and so what have you done and what are you going to be doing later? This is fantastic. I mean, this gets your juices going. You know, it gets you thinking. We had fun. You know, it's fun and it is education.
I definitely did. This was great.
It was intellectually stimulating, which is a unique thing in this world of ours today.
I had a fabulous time. Thanks for having me on the show.
And Avi, great job. This is interesting and different.
Question, did you have a good time, my friend, tonight?
I did. It's so unusual to be engaged in what everybody else is saying and to want to listen.
It was awesome. It was really great.
I want to compliment you on giving me my best introduction I've ever had in my whole life, too. That's the first thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. You said things about me that I don't even remember. And what a collection of wonderful personalities you have.
And I really enjoyed every minute of it, man. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm just happy I made it to the next round.
Yeah, I had a great time. It was wonderful. I mean, it was so thought-provoking.
And you, Avi, I have a great deal of respect for your resume as well. I mean, I've done many interviews over the years, but this has been one of the most fun by far.
Well, thank you very much. I can't think of a better way to begin the new year than with you, with the wonderful people that you have surrounding you.
Did you have fun tonight, my friend?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Looking for
being around people who are willing and open. I like that.
I did have a good time. It was a lot different than what I thought it was going to be, and I really enjoyed it.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate the opportunity. It was exhilarating. Like Barry, I didn't know what to expect. I enjoyed it.
It's good to be able to see that you bring people together that, you know what, maybe one of the world's problems will get solved by listening to this show. And I want you to accept the accolades that you get from all of these brilliant people. They tell you that you're smart. They tell you that you're exposed. These are comments and compliments that you have to say, thank you very much, I accept.
Wasn't sure what to expect. You're number one in my book as far as putting on a podcast, knowing what you know.
You're terrific. I've never done something like this before, so it was fun.
No, you know what? You're a very interesting person. With all this rhyming stuff, you must really put a lot of effort into this. I would love to read or see something that you've written because I'm sure it's really interesting.
Underrated and why? Sauerkraut, Henry Kissinger's deep soothing voice, or dogs wearing sweaters?
I like dogs wearing sweaters.
Praise, is teaching this craft as rewarding for you as performing it?
I think sometimes it's more rewarding. Man, you do your research. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. You do a great job preparing.
I hope you're getting paid a lot. That was the greatest intro I think I've ever had. The amount of stuff that you talked about that I don't even remember about myself, so impressive that I'm highly impressed. So I would give this a very high A.
It was like a high school reunion.
It's terrific and it's fun and keep bringing diverse personalities together. I think that's great. And it's also wonderful to hear people talk sanely to each other today.
This is, I think, my top. Because when you do the intro you gave me, I gotta give it to you. I like
you deserve it. Later on, you were able to get her cast on a series, and she received her SAG card.
Oh, I love you,
that you brought that up. I can't tell you how refreshing it is that somebody knows what they're doing.
What an honor to meet you. And
My
you're
pleasure.
great.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
Courtney, did you have a lot of fun too as well?
Oh, yeah.
I had a blast. This is a great show.
What a blast.
I had a great time tonight. If you keep rhyming, man, like I said, it gave like a battle rap spoken word.
Usually I'll do interviews and get asked the same questions about Stephen King. This was great to talk about things that matter, that go beyond project.
Last name Johnson, first name Eddie.
Wow, when I have a retirement party, even at my funeral, you better show up.
Papa Smurf as a hip hop artist.
Yo, yeah.
You're very talented. That's amazing.
Mr. Sizemore, first name Tom. How are you, my friend? So I could turn the volume lower if you'd like next time, if you'd like me to do that.
I don't know what I can do now.
First name Keith.
Oh my God, what a great introduction. Fantastic. You do your research, connected with me right there. And he knows my brand. He nailed it. And now I know why. This is why your audiences love you. This is why you continue to do great guests. And great guests beget great guests.
Joe, you've done a lot of these. You had fun, my friend, tonight?
Oh, I had a ball.
Well, you know, my friend, I had such a great time. Did you enjoy yourself tonight?
I enjoy myself so much. Oh, man.
I had a blast. I didn't know what to expect. Meeting Joe, it was we just had a phenomenal time. Everyone involved, I say thank you.
This is a bit different. Did you have fun?
I had a lot of fun. I mean, this is fantastic, man. You do a great job. The questions you come up with for everybody is fantastic.
Did you have a good time, my friend?
I did. This was fun.
It's fabulous.
I'm excited.
Guys and gals and pals, here we are, Saturday night, and you know that you are in the right place because this is the Green Room. And if you're a fan of unbridled passion, then that intro says it all, as it can melt the South Pole. This place we call the Green Room was filled with edutainment, and it has plenty of heart and soul. It's time I listen to Stanislavski and take a beat as I process everything in real time. This is the 176th consecutive episode of the Green Room, a feeling that cannot be expressed through a mere rhyme. With a bevy of views on 53-plus pages week in and week out, innovation is our name, and the sweat is the sweet. Dedication, labor, innovation only arrive when your effort is absolute. So put that in a tweet. And in this celebrity tournament that has captivated the masses, the field is one of a kind. Luminaries from all walks of life gathering to compete for the pride and the prize. This is truly a sport of the mind. Sure, the numbers are fantastic. On 53 pages, not including my own, but what's even sweeter is the sweat. By that, I mean good old-fashioned work ethic, wholehearted passion, effort, and consistency never lead to regret. The good Bard Shakespeare himself said our doubts are traitors and make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to. Those words ring oh so true. It means that you are the author of your story. Don't edit your vision due to others that secretly prefer to boo while attempting to obstruct your view. With 13 grand and trip for 2 degrees and become the first champion of this star-studded field, a lot is on the line. But you, our audience, the engine that makes this thing go, are the sweet nectar that we appreciate, like fine old wine, says Avi Klein. As strangers become friends and we all come together, let's remember that we are closer than one might surmise. Limitless visions of innovative bliss, experienced by an ensemble, is the vision behind these eyes. Never hate the flower for starting out as a seed. Long distance running is essential. This isn't a stampede, so don't run anyone over on your way to the top. Focus on yourself and never forget to cheerlead. Root for your loved ones and lift people up. This fortune cookie is done. And I think we've all agreed that positivity is something that we can never concede. So with that, our first luminary right now, guys and gals, is going to be introduced, and I cannot wait to bring him in. I think of the word gratitude, because gratitude is an action, is it not? When I think of this man, I think of that word gratitude, for what he does. Socrates understood gratitude as both a virtue and a duty. And despite the horrific way he departed this earth due to mob rule, Socrates felt a deep obligation to demonstrate gratitude through something as simple as a whisper, or maybe even a caressing of a cheek. And that speaks to me. And heck, even the bard himself, Shakespeare, highly regarded the attitude of gratitude that Socrates demonstrated. He couldn't rock the toga quite as well, but hey, his mustache and beard combo wasn't exactly chopped liver either. The first participant tonight is a man that epitomizes the word class. Indeed, he is class personified. His range and depth are quite vast, and his outlook rather refreshing. Time and again, he's filled a blank canvas with beautiful works of art, several layers of magnitude deep. He's an honest, down-to-earth man that examines his thoughts and emotions and experiences with an analytical lens that has allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. He has a mature emotional intelligence, and he dives beneath the surface, which helps expand what is both honest and creative. His mom and dad were in their 30s when they came to New York from Ireland, as they were originally from Galway. They were farmers, and it's beautiful to hear their son convey such adoration and affection for them, as listening to one regarding him or her family is even more impactful than a fast break replay or a recently sold screenplay. His father worked on the piers in the refrigeration houses on 12th Avenue. He was also a superintendent and a bartender. The way I see it, his work ethic and no-nonsense approach to life represents true American splendor. We may share the last name, but as a child, he was inspired by another Mr. Klein, who put his life on the line. This Mr. Klein was a mechanic, but he didn't need a sign or an outline. When that horn went off, he went to fight fires when it was 7, 8, or 9. From the fire station to even more childhood inspiration, there were others that helped him with the foundation of his maturation, such as Father Michael Judge, who was a true superhero, that, despite the duration, was out there to help others on one-on-one, as their frustration turned into elation. He knew that he was either going to be a police officer or a fireman, but his dad gave him some advice. He said, "I don't care what you say. I'm going to watch what you do. For me, that would suffice," as his father mentioned that the above would be of his life and work. Integrity is indeed an eternal paradise. They moved from Manhattan to Northport, Long Island when he was 13. Years before his honest body of work was captured on the big screen, he got into acting through an experimental class in his high school, which is what the craft is all about, beyond the pomp and circumstance or time spent in a limousine. It's also offered him an internship with a professional equity acting company which prepares an individual when right there in front of us are wide open doors. Try telling that to his guidance counselor is a different story, as he was too busy checking out his SAT scores. When his father asked him what he was going to do, he responded with, "I'm going to be an actor," to which his dad replied, "An effing what?" Even though that F word didn't make my final cut, I can relate, as my dad is old school, and upon hearing that, would have probably wanted to kick my butt. His father changed his mind upon hearing that through an internship to travel the country, he was paid $150 a day per DM. He snagged a role in 1981's The Chosen, which had some great locations, including one outside the Brooklyn Museum. He understands what hard work is and was, as he put himself through college as a mason, apprentice, laborer, and landscaper, as he was very independent and took care of himself. When he graduated college, his father had passed away, and he put acting on the shelf. His lead role in Hal Hartley's The Unbelievable Truth cast him opposite a dear friend of ours who was a true force. Collaborating with Hal again for the road trip film Simple Men is a picture that is easy to endorse. Then Hollywood producers decided that his chiseled jawline was the right one to replace Peter Weller's in the sci-fi action sequel RoboCop 3. Then came Tombstone, which many can agree had us Wild West enthusiasts scream like a love-making banshee. But you know what continued? The Glee. Because his starring role in Stephen King and Tom Holland's Thinner still has many a devotee, and rightfully deserved, as was his name on the Grand Marquis. He also had a role in Good Night and Good Luck, directed by George Clooney. He earned a second-degree black belt in Matsubuyashi, Shorin Ryu Okinawa Karate. His appearances on Eddie Holland's in Hulu's Boston Strangler with Keira Knightley, Law & Order SVU, Smitty in Black Panther Wakanda Forever, Bart Bass on the CW's Gossip Girl, Cousin Mickey and Rescue Me, and the Academy Award-nominated film Munich, directed by Steven Spielberg, are just some, guys and gals, and are the tip of the iceberg. He's a certified and active New York State firefighter and volunteers as a fire captain, and I thank him for his service and his incredible work. So put your hands together for a kind, humble, amazing human being and friend. First name Robert, last name Burke. Robert Burke, welcome, my friend.
Wow. I may have had great intros, but I shall never have better. Thank you, Avi.
Thank you so much for that, my friend. My gosh, it's an honor because, again, getting to know you over this course and period of time, you are a multifaceted person, but man, do you have your priorities straight. And I do thank you for your service, Robert.
Thank you so much. It's an honor and a privilege to get to do it.
You know, Robert, I know you've been doing a lot of research as well. Fun night tonight. Nobody knows who the other participants are because it's a mystery night. People are making predictions left and right. I do want to say this as well, guys and gals and pals. 53 different pages, cumulatively speaking, 6-figure views. Here we are doing our thing because of you, the engine that makes this thing go. Everybody who's watching Robert is putting us in their living room. We appreciate them doing that wholeheartedly, and it's live as we continue to thrive every Saturday night, 176 consecutive episodes like this Guys, 90 hours to get one up and running, and here we are, and Robert's given us his time. And I got to ask you a quick question, Robert. Again, 100 luminaries. We're talking Hall of Famers, Oscar, Emmy, Grammy, Tony, WGA, AMA, Olympians, all competing for the pride and the prize. Robert, would you like to win this entire tournament?
You know, all those luminaries and athletes and strongmen notwithstanding, the most dangerous place on this show is between me and that prize. That's all I'm going to say.
I love that. Oh, my gosh. Robert, guys, Robert John Burke, an incredible human being. And we're going to find out, guys and gals, Mr. Robert Burke, we welcome him because these topics are going to get us, give us an opportunity to really get to know the person, guys and gals, behind the persona. This man is the real deal as a human being. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to put you backstage for a moment and bring in our second participant.
Thanks, Avi.
Robert John Burke, guys, is going to be with us momentarily as I bring in right now our second participant, who is a champion. And a champion is someone who gets up, even when he can't. Even when they can't. A true champion is one who sweats from exhaustion when no one is watching. The second participant tonight epitomizes those very words. He has a big heart and is a multifaceted human being with a vast array of strengths that go beyond his superhero accomplishments. His humanity and down-to-earth nature are examples of what makes him not only legendary as a pro wrestler, but a legendary human being. He was born practically on a wrestling mat, just by the virtue of being from Perry, Oklahoma, but he was born in North Dakota. He always strived for the best through sheer will and dedication and never simply filled a quota. His efforts are applauded by a global audience from Sarasota to Minnesota. Perry is a town of 5,000 people that is primarily known for being the best at wrestling, and that is a fact. Regardless of which era or team in that town, one thing is for sure, they were always stacked, and the schools were packed, and they made quite the impact. If you faced them on the mat, it was the equivalent of getting whacked by a Joe Pesci character that was quick to react. Perry produced 2 Olympic medalists. The first, Jack Von Beber, won a gold medal at the 1932 Games, and the icon himself, the one and only, Danny Hodge, whose impact in his sport surpasses them all, even LeBron James. When our next participant was 4 years old, he moved to Perry and grew up 2 blocks away from Hodge, which for many aspiring wrestlers was something to behold only in dreams. He trained with his grandsons and was on a few of those Perry High School championship teams. Wrestling was always his first love as he devoured any form of the sport he can get his hands on since he was 5. He idolized his 2 older cousins who went to the national championships. There is no doubt that in his blood, he was always, indeed, a man who had drive and always wanted to thrive, not merely survive. Even his 2 sisters would wrestle him at age 10 when the YMCA got it started. He started playing flag football. So while other kids were going to the mall, sports were above all, and in the 5th grade, he started playing tackle football. In high school, so dominant were the Perry Maroons that it was similar to the reign of the Yankees or Real Madrid. They made their opponents look like beginners. They became hated, jeered, and booed because they were triumphant, one-of-a-kind, unapologetic winners. Despite being a small school, they hold 56 state championships. In our country, that is the most of any school. Yes, their program, which produced top-of-the-line talent, was definitely a crown jewel. The school was small as he graduated with 97 other classmates. This definitely indicates, if not demonstrates, that despite geographical location, there are dreams and giants in all of the United States. What will open up these gates? Endless dedication and work, rather than those that give in to dire straits. Out of the 14 different weight classes, Perry would put 13 in the finals. And in his senior year at Oklahoma, he set the school record for most pins, 30 in a season, by a heavy weight. His passion and work ethic would dictate his fate as he was recruited by the University of Oklahoma to be a defensive tackle and heavyweight wrestler. Let that marinate as he would continue to dominate and never fluctuate. One need not investigate to realize that this was a once-in-a-generation talent that was mighty great. In 2001, he was one of 3 defensive tackles that they were bringing in as part of their recruiting class. The first time he ran out on the field at OU, where under 1 foot you can feel the cool grass, along with 80,000 Oklahomans cheering on the sheer mass, not to mention Julius Pepper in his senior season, it was a foregone conclusion that they were going to kick some ass. While still juggling a business finance major, he was playing 2 sports that in terms of conditioning were quite different, which was obviously tough. But this is a man that never screams uncle or says it's enough. He's built to handle any challenge, even when it's rough. 3 years into his college football playing career, they just beat Washington State in the 2003 Rose Bowl. And as juniors becoming seniors and await their fates, he received a call from the wrestling coach, Jack Spates. Are we having fun? I'm having fun. They need a heavyweight. And no, they had no backups, which was great because he was anxious to get back on the mat. He had wrestled since he was 5, so he couldn't stay from it too long, as it was his natural habitat. He trusted his coaches, and he wanted to see how far he could go with wrestling, which in his case, the sky was truly the limit. Any competitor brave enough to face him would be defeated many a times, sometimes in under a minute. He was in a class all of his own, and being surrounded by greatness from two sports, let's name some of his incredible contemporaries. The defensive tackle position, which was stacked. Names such as Tommy Harris, Corey Klein, Barry Holly Mann. Future MMA stars such as King Mo, Phil Davis, C.B. Dalloway, Gregor Jalipsky, and Cress Weedman. As a two-time All-American who qualified for the NCAA Division I championship, the man could not fail, as nothing could curtail his fate, even in his last semester, which was mentally draining, focusing on every detail, such as the job interview thing that we all have, but soon he would excel and prevail, as he had a job lined up in finance in a firm in Dallas until he received something in the mail. He called the firm and informed them that spandex and oil were going to be his new attire. Even before college, Jim Ross and Gerald Briscoe witnessed his desire and fire to aspire. What about his dad? What about his dad? Upon hearing this, his dad's jaw dropped, but his body of work only begins to illustrate why he is the best. The man is beyond versatile, all for substance and style. Some might call it a swagger. He's a multidimensional as a comic book. The comic book that I think of as Cloak and Dagger. He constantly progressed. His future was definitely so bright he had to wear shades, whether it was his grades or many trades. Let me run down his impressive accolades. Lucha Underground champ, FCW heavyweight champ, ECW heavyweight champ, WWE United States champ, Money in the Bank winner, and in 2010, the WWE heavyweight champion of the world, AEW Dynamite Award, not once but twice. I can read his vast array of accomplishments until I'm gray. But how about retiring with an undefeated record in MMA? From training weekdays at Yabar City Jiu-Jitsu Club under the tutelage of former UFC and Bellator fighter Josh Rafferty, you knew that his opponents would eventually break. So as I bid these rhymes adieu, for goodness sake, put your hands together for a kind, talented, amazing human being. Last name Hager. First name Jake. Welcome, Jake, to the celebrity tournament, my friend. That's you, brother.
I'm blushing. I'm all red in the face. I don't know what to say from all that grace. I need to wear some more lace.
Oh, man. Hey, this is the place. Man, Jake Hager, if I thought of the word winner, I would put you in that dictionary without any other names or faces. You are a winner, my friend. But I have to bring this up too, man. And again, getting to know you, man, you're a very humble, down-to-earth guy. I like your approach to life because there's no BS about you. I like people like that in my life too. But, man, Jake, competition doesn't intimidate you. You saw all the Hall of Famers we've got. We got 100 Hall of Famers, Oscar, Emmy, Tony, Grammy, AMA, Olympians, all competing for the pride and the prize. Jake, are you here to win the entire thing? What are your thoughts, my friend?
Listen, I got the whole pride of my family riding on tonight's event. They know how big this is. My entire family is a Braves loving family. Yeah. So if I can defeat our other luminary that we won't suggest, then I will be illuminated to the Hall of Fames of my family. So this is big. I want to win. I hate losing, and I have tiny nipples.
Guys and gals, Jake Hager's in this tournament. And remember, guys, we still have about a month to go before round one expires and comes to an end. We still have one of the biggest directors in film and TV, one of the biggest pro wrestlers, two of the biggest NBA Hall of Famers. We got a lot coming down the pike. Very, very stacked is this field. It's going to be 6 rounds. Round 2 won't start for another few months. Live drawing in a month to see which second rounders face each other randomly. That'll be fun. And remember, guys and gals and pals, as of tonight, after 3 topics, 2 out of 3 will advance to round number 2. 1 will be eliminated. And guys, we have the champion himself, Mr. Jake Hager. I'm going to put you backstage momentarily, my friend. Jake Hager, guys, a winner, absolutely. Let's bring in our third competitor, guys and gals and pals. I think of the word greatness when I think of him, because it transcends any era. The word greatness does truly transcend any era. And our third participant has elevated his level of greatness to improbable heights. The excellency of his art, his consistency, intensity, and the capability of making all things improbable evaporate. Not many of us know that we're made of something special until we face seemingly insurmountable odds. When we are at our best and in our prime, this man has. And he's conquered each and every one of them in some of the most high-stakes situations known to any athlete. He comes from Cincinnati, and the single most important person he had growing up was his mother, Nettie. Even after games, when one is usually tired and sweaty, she'd get him on the phone and say, "I love you 1,000 times." Those are the moments that are true celebrations, minus the confetti. Years later, in the pros, both she and Father Ed would cheer, reminding him to concentrate. Something had him in his sights when he was a boy playing football in autumn and basketball in winter, and that word is fate. He hit the school books, he made great grades, and went to sleep at a decent time. His mom worked hard as a housekeeper and catered dinners at parties when he was younger during her prime. She had selfless devotion to him, and she was absolute as she showered him with gifts such as sporting goods, bicycles, and shoes. He never felt the struggle because she didn't want to burden him. That is something she would refuse. To pay homage to his mother, he had a large tattoo applied to his upper arm, complete with her name, a cross, a rose, and a cloud. Sure, there was the roar of the crowd, but everything worthwhile was knowing that she was proud. At age 12, he enrolled at Covington Latin High School, Father Ed was the headmaster as well as the basketball coach. This school was not for the weak. Everyone was smart, and he definitely had the right approach. His excellent academic record made him a prime candidate for the which requires all students to skip the 7th and 8th grades. As a 13-year-old sophomore, his schedule was insane. Even reading this now, I'd rather take a bath with some gators at the Everglades. He took Latin, German, chemistry, computer science, biology, history, and English. And as a fellow academic, I must ask the word how. When he was playing basketball, it took only a few minutes for the coaches to go wow. As a senior, he averaged 26 points per game on the basketball court, but something kept him away from all the college recruiters. The fact that he was only 15 years old. More than one coach told him that he was gold, and if he stayed 2 more years, he'd be the best ever to come out of Kentucky. That is truly something to behold. His senior year, he made the Catholic All-America high school basketball team. Success through hard work and discipline was not merely a dream. For him, it was a recurring theme. As a sophomore, and quickly, guys and gals, as a sophomore, he established himself as the team's most forbidding hitter. He already played like a pro and wouldn't jitter, and scouts came out in droves, as at age 18, he already was a college junior. Such dedication is never found in a quitter. Despite the praise to fill his calendar, he worked at a number of positions, such as driving an airport shuttle bus. I respect that. And at the University Hospital of Cincinnati as an orderly. The Atlanta Braves drafted him as first baseman, but at his first practice, he showed off his arm by throwing one heater after another to third base. He was killing the guy, knocking him down before going to center field. Such was his wicked pace. In May of 1990, he was playing in his first major league season, and within a few months, the man had 50 RBIs and 20 home runs. He was also playing against the very best in a competitive era and was taking down all the big guns. Right off the bat, no pun intended, Braves manager Bobby Cox noticed his swing, which was real smooth. His fans sat back in awe as his unbelievable talents and gifts helped him relax and soothe. Late in the summer of 92, he went on a hitting tear. He became the first Brave since Bob Horner and Dale Murphy to do something quite rare. He hit more than 20 home runs in each of his first 3 full major league seasons. Any and all opponents, guys and gals, knew how to beware. He was the 1990 National League Rookie of the Year and a 40 home run hitter in 1993. He had moments of glee, and soon he would have another huge moment of sports immortality. The 1995 World Series, as big as it gets. The lefty swinger led off against lefty throwing Poole in the bottom of the 6th and took a 1-1 fastball up and then slapped it over to the wall in right center field for a home run. Cleveland was done as the ball crashed off the back wall next to the United States Postal Service sign at Fulton County Stadium, as he was the hero that made sure his team won. 51,875 erupted in cheers, and many were left in tears. He continued to excel in Cleveland until 2000, when the Indians dealt him in late June to the World Series-bound New York Yankees. He hit 305, 391, 585 with 20 homers in 78 games with New York in a city that's tough to please. He homered 3 more times in the postseason, including twice with 8 RBIs in an ALCS win over the Seattle Mariners, earning MVP honors, and took home another World Series ring after the Yankees knocked off the Mets in 5 games. He got back to the World Series with the Yankees in 2001, and he cemented himself as one of the greatest names, as he played and excelled in some of the biggest games. From 1991 until his career ended in 2002, he never missed a postseason except for 94. Strike season. So for those keeping score, he played in 112 postseason games, including 36 in 6 World Series. But wait, there's more, as he won 2 titles, one with the Braves and the other with the Yankees. And at his core, he's a man that has also been a mentor. I respect what he stands for. Some accolades, guys and gals and pals. 1990 MLB Player of the Month Award, 1990 Rookie of the Year Award, 1990 Sports News Rookie Player of the Year Award, 1991 MLB Player of the Month Award, 91 Another Time Player of the Month Award, 93 the Silver Slugger Award, 1997 Comeback Player of the Year Award, 1997 the Sporting News also voted him as the Comeback Player of the Year Award, as did Player's Choice, 1997 the Silver Slugger Award again, 2000 ALCS Most Valuable Player Award, 2007 Braves Hall of Fame, former ESPN and Yes commentator. So without further ado, you're all about to enter a state of bliss, and I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you to grab your dad, mother, brother, and sis as I welcome in one of the all-time greats, a friend and a gem of a human being. First name, David. Last name, Justice. Hello, David Justice. Welcome.
Man, boy, that was beautiful, boy. Can you do it one more time? I didn't really hear you that well. Can you do it one more? You sure? Not one more time?
I will do it one more time. I'm going to tell you, one other
That
time.
was good enough, brother.
You,
Thank you,
my
man.
friend,
That was
deserve it.
beautiful.
Well,
That was
you deserved every
beautiful.
bit of it, man. All the accolades because you're a Hall of Fame player, and much like Robert and Jake, you're a Hall of Fame human being, and that smile lights up a room, my friend. Lights up a room, but are you going to grab that broom? Is there going to be a sweep? I don't know. There's a lot of Hall of Famers and luminaries here. Are you here to win it all, Mr. David Justice?
Avi, I mean, you know, I'm a humble champion, Avi, but when they start talking about competition, I mean, all I know is winning. I mean, just last week, I changed my middle name from Christopher to Winning. So now I'm David Winning Justice.
David Winning
I'm like
Justice.
Meta World Peace. I changed my name.
Well, you know what? You know the game, and despite the acclaim and the fame, you were always the same, and I appreciate you for that. So, guys and gals and pals, here we are, Mr. Robert John Burke, Mr. Jake Hager, and Mr. David Justice, all on screen before your very eyes.
What's up, fellas?
What a fun time we had in the green room before the show started. Love it already. Love the energy. Guys and gals, I'm going to start off with topic number 1 right now and give all the fans an idea of what it is. Guys and gals and pals, I call it challenging yourself. And pretty soon after I kick it over to Jake Hager, who will start things off, after I kick it to him, I'll go backstage. When Jake is done, he'll let me know. I'll come in, and the next participant will give us their presentation. You know, it's about challenging yourself because sometimes when you grow up rolling your eyes, maybe at motivational posters that said things like challenge yourself, next to some inspirational outdoor scenery, it's happened to all of us. But once you get past the cheesy delivery, you come to the realization that the outdated poster was actually giving you a piece of timeless advice. Challenging yourself, it's one of the best ways to grow up. You can't challenge yourself effectively from a place of self-hatred. You might be temporarily motivated to change if you hate yourself. But doing so is fundamentally unsustainable in the long run. Maybe the secret to your success, any success, lies in your habits, routines, and the things you do every single day that you don't remember. Because every change always begins with a single step. And nothing's a waste of time when you allow yourself to be mindful and present. So with that, guys and gals and pals watching, thank you again. And again, to the studio and to everybody watching, hey, we're doing it. Let's keep doing this. The TCAN Celebrity Tournament, it's live. Mr. Jake Hager will kick things off. And Mr. Hager, if you can please describe a moment in life in which you challenged yourself in a way that still resonates with you today, we would all appreciate that. Are you ready to go, good sir?
Well, I have pooped myself in front of my entire high school football team. Should I talk about that?
Anything you'd like, my friend. Guys and gals, Jake Hager. But before you continue, by the way, guys, let's remember something here. Jake Hager, Robert John Burke, David Justice, they got these topics. They're doing this thing live. Let's always keep it classy as we always do. I love you guys and gals and pals. I'm going to zip the old lip. And Mr. Hager, the floor is yours whenever you're ready. Good, sir.
I'm sorry that I wasn't classy with that. I had to write this one down because I love this question so much. I believe adversity is a gift. Everyone is going through something. So be nice to everyone because you don't understand. You don't know what they're going through. When you experience adversity in life in the present moment, it's tough. Absolutely. Whether you're paying the bills, making a deadline, something personal with your family, or just having a shitty day. In the tougher moments, it can be overwhelming. It can be hard to see a way out of it. It can be difficult to see the finish line, even though you could be very close to it, very close to a solution. I believe life is all about the journey, not the destination. I believe we live in a largely unconscious society where everyone focuses on where they want to be instead of where they are presently. What I mean by unconscious is that people let their mind create this reality in their head. They let their ego use their past pain or future expectations or future fears to control their thoughts and, more importantly, their behaviors. The future in your head is just a figment of your imagination. The only thing that is real is the present moment. And it's very tough to be present. It's very tough to acknowledge where you are currently. And yet so many people let these expectations dictate their behavior because they are unconscious and they're not being aware that they're being controlled. When I started fighting, one of my favorite quotes is by Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee famously said that it's like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger. Otherwise, you'll miss out on all the heavenly glory. In the journey, we learn how to respond, how to adapt, how to overcome. Through mistakes, we learn how to correct them. Through defeat and failure, we learn how to win, how to succeed. In the journey of life, we always will have adversity, but these are precious moments, and we have to look at them as precious, because in these precious moments, we learn how to respond. We learn about ourselves. We learn that no matter what throws at us and knocks us down, that we have the courage, we have the ability to get back up, and more importantly, we have the ability to respond. That's really important to me. It really hits me deep within my heart. If you know that no matter how much adversity that you go through, you respond and respond quickly, you will go far. There's no magic formula to becoming resilient, to becoming mentally tough. I had a great wrestling coach in high school. He was a 3-time All-American at the University of Nebraska. So my wrestling coach was not your wrestling coach. And he had this famous saying. He would always tell us after a hard loss, a hard practice, or, you know, when we were defeated, which wasn't very often, that he wished that he could just sprinkle some dust on us and make us tough. But that's not how it works. You got to go through it. You got to earn that shit. And so that type of mentality, those type of moments have always stuck with me, as Avi so greatly said in the intro, that Perry, Oklahoma is wrestling capital of the world. No other high school has more state championships than us in any other sport, at any other size, in any other level. Football, wrestling, basketball, we have the most. So it really is special, and I feel blessed to have grown up there. So you learn adversity, you know, you learn strength through adversity, pretty much. With all that being said, my moment was in 2017. In the world of professional wrestling, there's been no competition. There's been no other company was really able to compete and offer professional wrestlers the same type of benefits, the same type of income, and the same type of lucrative appearances, I guess. And so it's a big deal to wrestle for the WWE. I'm very grateful for my career there. I was there 9 years, wrestling over 200 days a year, all over the world. I'm a kid from a small town in Oklahoma, so this is all I wanted, was to see the world and travel. And so it was great. I feel very, very blessed to have that career that I have with them. But in the professional wrestling world, my salary became a prison. I had not a lot of other options to go to I guess, to go to the next level. And so whatever the federation classified my value as, I was kind of stuck with that. And I wasn't okay with that. I had been there 9 years, traveling 200 days a year, and it was time for something to change. My contract negotiations had just failed. I knew my value, and I was not happy with their offer. I decided taking the easy way no longer was an option. I felt unfulfilled. I felt like I wasn't creating. We're fighters, but at the same time, we're all artists. We're creating, we're performing, and we are delivering an emotion to our audience. And when you're not given that ability to do that, it just becomes physical. It becomes unfulfilling. And I really felt like after 9 years there, that's where I was. And so I didn't want to take the easy road anymore. I didn't want to just take the salary and the value that they were giving me. So I told them that I wanted my release and that I wanted to leave the company. And as a pro wrestler, there's not a whole lot to do, but I had a good friend of mine who told me, whatever I do next, you have to use your career at WWE and your exposure at it for whatever you do next to make it better. And I thought about that for a long time. What could I do to maximize my value while using my fame as a pro wrestler? I was a 2-time state wrestling champion in Oklahoma. I went on to play football and wrestle at the University of Oklahoma. I was an All-American wrestler. Very confident in my wrestling abilities. A good friend of mine was a fighter at the UFC, and he was a coach currently at the time. And honestly, I feel like this guy saved my life. He really helped me throughout my journey. I decided to go into professional mixed martial arts with no background, no amateur fights, and this journey has really been monumental to me. I can remember how hard I puked in that first practice. Before I started training, I was drinking every day. I was smoking cigarettes like they were running away from me. I was not living healthy. That all stopped after that first puke. You know, it was like a porcelain wake-up call. And so I told WWE that I wasn't going to resign with them and I was going to leave with them. And so what did that mean? I had to prepare for the next income to substitute that, which in pro wrestling, there's not a lot of other options. At the time, pro wrestling is very popular, so there's a lot of independent circuits I can do on the weekend. So I would wrestle those shows on the weekend, and then during the week, I'd practice every day, sometimes twice a day. Somehow I would find time to be present with my kids. It was fucking overwhelming. I'm not gonna lie. I was good at wrestling, but I hadn't competed in 9 years. I never boxed before. I have never done jiu-jitsu before. I'd never kickboxed before. I was so inflexible that I couldn't even throw a fucking leg kick. It was really like, oh, what are we doing here, guys, at times. And at the same time, every weekend I was going to wrestle these pro wrestling shows to like pay the bills and pay for the school. And it was uncertain and terrifying, but it had giant potential. In the end of it, this is most of 2017. I got signed with Bellator MMA at the end of 2017. I trained for 2018, all of it. It was one of the toughest years of my life. I was just bouncing back from different wrestling promotions from UK or LA and just trying to make ends meet while at the same time trying to find time to find a time to learn all these different disciplines. And luckily, I had a great family around me, my wife, my teammates, my coaches. I really leaned on them to get through this. And I definitely could not have got through this without having their support. And so it's really important. And I had, at the end of 2018, Bellator announced the first fight, which was going to be in Los Angeles at the Forum, the home of Magic Johnson, in January of 2019. And it was just like a surreal moment. And then at the same time, I'm trying to pay the bills by wrestling independent on the weekends at these small shows. And I had a whole month of shows just get canceled out of nowhere. And this is what I'm counting on so I can continue training and trying to achieve this goal. I ended up having to take out a loan, like a home equity loan on my house. It ended up being a silver lining. It ended up paying for my whole training camp, so I wouldn't have to wrestle anymore. But at the time, it was certainly a lot. I ended up winning my first 3 fights. I'm undefeated in MMA, And the moral story is I left one company because I believed in myself, and I ended up signing with a brand new company that didn't even exist when I started this journey in 2019. And I debuted on their first episode because of this journey. And I didn't know where this journey was going to take me. I just knew that it was going to take me to the right spot. And I'm sorry if this was long-winded, but it was very cool to like go through this because it was like 2 years and 9 months. And so like after I had gone through this, I'm pretty confident that I can survive almost anything. And it was, you know.
Not only survive, but you can thrive. Guys and gals, Jake Hager. And, you know, Jake, I want to say this to you real quick here. As I text Jake, it's a private thing between me and Jake, but I'll just say it with 2 words. It's because it's cool. That's why. It's cool. But, guys, so is he, because his work ethic is unbelievable. And what you said makes me think of something that I told one of my students back in the day, which is when you know what you need to improve. When you're aware of that, it takes wisdom. But pushing yourself to do it takes courage. And you are a courageous human being because, I mean, without experience, you still had a passion for something and you wouldn't settle for being anything but the best. And that says a lot about your character. And I just want to tell you that you were not long-winded. You shared your heart with us. And that means a lot. And I can tell by David and Robert, I don't want to speak for them, but I'm sure they concur. So thank you.
Hey, thank you guys.
Appreciate that.
Pleasure.
Real quick before we transition over, guys and gals, to Robert, I have to mention this as well to Jake. You win the Rose Bowl, 2003, Washington State. The wrestling team needs a heavyweight. They didn't have any backups. You were anxious to get back on the mat. You were wrestling since 5. You couldn't stay away from it too long. And the coaches, you trusted them. That kind of solidified your decision, right?
It was. I had a very good friend on the wrestling team. He was a 4-time A6 All-American, just a complete badass.
Sure.
And because he was on the team, it made me want to go there and be a part of it.
I love it. Guys, Jake Hager, again, thanks for being so honest and direct about your journey. I know it inspires a lot of people. I'm going to kick it over, guys, to another gentleman, Mr. Robert John Burke. Robert, if you can please describe a moment in life in which you challenged yourself in a way that still resonates with you today, whenever you're ready, good sir.
Thanks, Avi. Thanks, Jake. And thanks, Dave. You know, just to Jake's point, like very few people will understand what it's like to fight in a cage and to just come away successful as he has. It's the hallmark of a true warrior. My hat is off to anybody who does that as, you know, as an athlete and as a fighter. You know, I've done a lot of movies and things like this, and that's, you know, not what I wanted to really talk about today. When Avi asks, you know, to share a story about a moment, I have one, and it's a moment that's been shared by thousands, if not millions, of people. I suppose it's a moment of truth. To contextualize it, it happened well because 9/11 happened. On that day, about 30 of my friends fell in the line of duty, and you know, I'm going to preface by saying this is still incredibly hard to talk about. So my best friend was a fireman named Patty Brown, Captain Patty Brown. He was one of the most decorated firemen in the history of New York City. 2 tours in Vietnam. He was a black belt in Sado Karate, Golden Gloves boxer. Apparently he hit Roberta Duran a kidney shot and you know, dropped him at Gleason's gym. We don't know. But Patty, you know, and like a Buddha, quiet guy. You could barely hear him talk. 5'10", 160. But fearless, you know, and I can't go on to tell you about his, you know, his storied career as a firefighter. And we were talking earlier about, you know, what life brought when we were younger, what was expected of us by our parents. My father was from Ireland, a dock worker. He desperately wanted a police officer in the family, desperately, and that didn't happen. But when he passed away in '84, and I subsequently kept, you know, pursuing acting, which was fine. He was very supportive of it in the end. At the beginning, he was not so supportive. But so when my friend passed away on 9/11, I wasn't feeling well, and I thought to myself, how can I honor my buddy? And, long story short, I decided to become a firefighter in my community. After 9/11, it was FEMA, Homeland Security, OSHA, PESH, all this piling on about certification and everything. At 41 years old, I enrolled in the Suffolk County Fire Academy. And they give you 2 years to complete the training. Sorry, I'm going to time myself here because I don't want to go on. They give you 2 years to complete the training. I completed the training. I remember a guy cheated off me in the final. It was the first time anybody ever fucking cheated off of me. And it was good. I was actually doing something to honor my buddy. I didn't get a tattoo. I wear a bracelet each day. I have to remember to put it on, just like the dignity that he used to do the job with. And my wife was saying, because it was taking a long time, these classes going all over the place. I said, I got to do it. I don't know why I have to do it, but I have to do it. She said, but what's going on? I said, I don't know. I got to do this. Why should it be John and Jimmy and Joey? 70% of the United States is volunteer fire service. People don't know that. Think everybody gets paid. Not so. So, long story, even shorter, I hope. In the first couple of months after I get certified as a state certified firefighter, down power lines, order of gas, dumpster fire, benign calls. I also drive the ambulance. It's called EVOC, Emergency Vehicle Operation Certification. Another 16 hours. I mean, the amount of hours that they're putting people through is turning people off in the fire service. Anyhow, then one day we get a call, Signal 13 working structure fire. And I was like, oh, shit, this is the real deal. And we get off, and I'm in the knob position. That's the nozzle. And I take the nozzle, and I'm flaking out the line. That means getting the hose ready. And I see it's blowing out 3 windows. And I get over by the door, and it's banking down. It's very hot. And a side note, there was some famous fire chief on the front of the rig. He was in our district to give us a seminar the next day. And I'm looking at him like, how is this guy at my first fire? This is crazy. So I'm looking, and I see the guys, and everybody's looking at me, and I'm like the new guy. I'm 41 years old. I don't like to be incompetent at 41. At 41, I wanted to know what I was doing in my life. But here I am. I got the knob. I have control of the door. Around my mask is starting to burn. My wrists are burning, and I'm going to tell you, here's the moment of truth. I said to myself, I'm an actor. What am I doing here? There's been some kind of mistake. And I said to myself, the last thought I had was, I didn't sign on for this. And then my friend, this guy, Patty Brown, came to me in my mind, and he goes, Berkey boy, this is exactly what you signed on for. Now, a lot of people in the fire service, military, police, PD, you have a moment of truth, and I thought to myself, boy, maybe I made a mistake. Down the hall we go, we operate 3 minutes, 5 minutes, knock it down, one room, knock down the next room. And I only did what I was trained to do. I did no more, no less. And I remember, it was a rush. I'm not going to say it wasn't a rush. It was a rush. But I come out of there, and so now it's 23 years later, and I'm still doing it. September 27th, we had a bad fire. We refer to it as a taxpayer. Businesses downstairs, occupants upstairs. And I knew there was a lot of immigrant. This particular address was always in my head. I used to say to my guys, if we ever get a box here at night, get ladders up because those kids aren't going to be able to get out of there. And it was just, here it is. It was the 93-degree day, I remember, in September, which is unusual. Got the line off the truck. I'm the knob. I'm a captain now, so I'm supposed to be letting the other. Nope. I wanted to dedicate that line properly. And we got up there. We operated efficiently, effectively, knocked the fire down, kept it out of the cock loft. That first moment of being afraid, being disoriented, everything started to get blurry. The fire engine got blurry. The smoke, everything's. But you because of your training, you do it, and because you don't want your buddies to get hurt, your brothers or sisters in the fire service. It still informs how I conduct myself on the fire ground. I hope that moment of truth, I hope it does honor my friend who passed away. I think if he was here, we'd get an awful kick out of talking. Now, this story I just conveyed to you, I've said it on other podcasts, you know, and it's not like an original. Every fireman, every police officer, everybody. Jake, you get in there, you know, your first, you know, MMA fight. You're probably standing there going, "Wait a minute, did I make a big mistake?" You know, we all have these profound moments where we challenge ourselves, and I think it's the best feeling in the world, really. Everybody's in our country. Oh, they want to help. They want to do something. You know, but nobody knows what to do. Do you know what I mean? And you start with small steps, and you challenge yourself. You know, Jake used the word moment. So you have years that are made of months, and months that are made of days, and days that are made of hours, and hours that are made of moments. You know, and for anybody who's struggling now in the moment, it's going to change. You know what I mean? That was a moment that I'll never forget. It's seared into my soul. At 41 years old, I finally had a real moment of truth, and you know, I thought, maybe I've made a mistake choosing this path, but you know, I shut my mind off, shut my thoughts off, and just continued down and did, you know, what I was trained to do, and I'm happy in life that I'm 64 now. I'm still turning out. This pager could go off right now. I told Avi, and I stay in shape. You know, you don't fall to the level of your shape. You rise to the level of your training. You know, and both of you gentlemen can attest to that. With the level you played at such a level, the both of you, or you exceeded it. I don't know in either of your careers that you ever dropped below it. And that's why it's an honor to be sitting here amongst you guys tonight. Thanks so much.
Robert John Burke, class personified, much like Jake and David. I want to say this before we move on. You gave us something special because we weren't privy to the man that you just honored. Now we are. We learned about him. And you spoke his impact into existence again to a brand new audience who wasn't privy to who he was. So that does mean a lot.
Well, if you have people out there in the fire service, they know who Captain Patty Brown was. You know what I mean? Right. There's a lot of people out there. You know, he taught blind students Sado karate in Manhattan. There's a lot of people who have heard his name, and he wasn't just known for being at the fire service. He was known for a lot of other stuff. Beautiful guy.
Well, he's still teaching through your voice right now, live, because some people here had no idea who he was, and now we do, and I appreciate that, man. And it means a lot, guys and gals. Before I transition,
that's it, brother. Right there.
Hey,
all right, Patty. Still
my
rocking.
God Almighty! It's. I remember you talking to me about him again on the phone. We lost a mutual friend years ago, Adrienne Shelley. You worked with her. I knew her very well. I remember when I used to write for Bill Paxton for a brief period of time. He talked about the research he did as a firefighter. Not easy. Not easy is not even putting it mildly. But man, the way that you approach life and the way that you have your priorities straight means a ton. You know, because I feel like when I listen to you, you give people a gift, which is your own happiness. And that's the greatest gift you can give another person is being happy, because we can absorb that sometimes. And we can forget our BS that we're going through during the day. And I think all of our viewers can agree to that. They've never reached the pinnacle or the level you gentlemen have, but they have their own struggles. For them, maybe a gold medal is paying a bill. Maybe a gold medal is paying rent, putting food on the table. And the fact that you guys are able to tell people that they can attain something that once you didn't have and you fought for, I think is amazingly inspirational. Really is. And as a writer, I know what it's like to pay my dues. I slept in station wagons. I ate tuna fish, the old protein, which was orange juice and tuna fish. I know what that's like when you're struggling, you got no money. So thank you guys again for providing everybody your hearts. Guys, this right now is Mr. David Justice. Whenever you're ready, good sir, if you can please describe a moment in life in which you challenge yourself in a way that still resonates with you today.
Well, first of all, let me start out by saying this. Hey, Robert, keep Patty's name in your mouth for as long as you can. You know what I mean? I mean, it's such a great honor for you to be doing that for him, man. And, you know, great story, man. And thank you for that. Jake just ran and left to put his Braves outfit on. He might be putting on his uniform when he was a little kid, when he was cheering for me. Hey, Jake.
Let me tell you some stories.
Jake, listen, I would be remiss if I don't, in the presence of a big-time Braves fan and a family of Braves fans, to give my shout out to your people, man. Tell them I love
Oh,
you. Keep rooting
hang
for them
on, hang
Braves,
on.
my man. You make sure you let them know that, okay, brother? All right. Hey,
Will you
Avi.
say? All right, I'm
Hey, look.
videotaping. Will you
Hey,
say?
yeah, videotape. I'm gonna say it once again to all Jake's peoples, all them Braves fans. Hey, y'all, appreciate y'all. You know I love you and keep rooting for them Braves.
Oh
Hey,
man, this is my Christmas present.
That's beautiful.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, but you know what you hear when I listen to both of you is there's times in our lives in which we come to a fork in the road where we got to make big decisions, and you don't really know what that decision is going to look like. And it can happen at any time in your life. I mean, it can happen at 41. It can happen at 22. There's not an age in which it's established that this is the time in which you're going to reach the fork. And guys, from my story, it's interesting because the biggest decision that was made in my life actually happened when I was 12 years old. See, I got to set it up like this. Avi, you talked about it a little bit in the beginning. You know, I'm raised in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm raised by a Southern mother. My mom's from Durham, North Carolina, from the sticks. My mom's one of 10. She's the oldest of 10. My mom had me when she was 39. So I had an older mom, you see, and my mom was a great caregiver. Fellas, I might have been the most spoiled kid that you have ever seen in your life. I could walk in the house and throw my clothes on the ground. My mom would pick them up. I didn't have to make my bed. I know it sounds terrible. I know, but bear with me, guys. Bear with me. All right. My mom used to give me breakfast in bed. I know it's disgusting. I know it. But I'm an only child, and I had a mom that loved me to death. Okay. But the one thing about my mother is she was big on education, guys. And I was too. Like, I really loved learning. And my mom didn't care one iota about sports, but she put me into the boys club because she knew I could go there. She didn't want me hanging outside on the streets. Go to the boys club. I'm there all day while she's working. And then I'd come home when my mom came home. And so here I am. I'm going to Catholic school my whole life. I'm going to church, all the time. And there came a point in my life where I was with the Big Brothers program in Cincinnati, and there was a particular gentleman there that took a liking to me. And, none of us get anywhere. We know this. None of us get anywhere without the help of someone. And I've had many people that you will hear me give a shout out to that helped me along the way. And I like to keep their names because a few of them have passed on, and I want to always honor them when I tell my story. I knew that when I was 8 years old, I knew that I had a gift in athletics. I played baseball, basketball, football. I mean, my basketball team was 61-0, city and state champs 2 years in a row, and we were like 10-11. I mean, this is the youth levels. My football team, I led the team in, touchdowns, and I was, I played safety, and in baseball, I mean, I was one of the best pitchers in the league, and I mean, I have games, of course, where I hit 4 home runs in a game and all that kind of stuff, okay? Now, throughout all that, my mom didn't care about none of that. It was all about education. So I'm in the Big Brothers program, and there's a school in Covington, Kentucky. Now, a lot of people that don't know geographically how the country is, Cincinnati is the city furthest south in Ohio. Kentucky is literally across the river from us. It could take you 10, 15 minutes to get to Kentucky. Well, the person who, his name was Hank Small, he comes to my mom and he says, Miss Justice, there's a school in Covington, Kentucky. And this is that crossroad, guys. This was that time. There's a school in Kentucky. It's called Covington Latin High School. They have scholarships for kids like David, who I'm smart, but we can't afford to go to school. This is a school known for turning out the doctors, lawyers, kids, CEOs, kids go there. It's an all-boys school. We wear ties. It's all of that. You got to dress up every day. There's no jeans. You got to dress up, wear dress shoes, top notch. Easily the best school in the area for education. 3 of my friends, we all went over there. We looked at the school. You got to take an entrance exam to get in. I'm 12 years old. I'm about to go into the 7th grade. And I come home and my mom says, son, what do you think? Do you want to go? And I was like, you know what, Mom? I do want to go. My 2 other friends, they wanted no part of it. They didn't want, but it was something about that challenge of I get to go to school in another state. I get to skip 2 grades. So now I'm gonna be a 12-year-old in the 9th grade, which was unheard of, right? Every one of my sports coaches, every one of them was telling my mother, do not let him skip these grades. Your son is a great athlete. My mother said, I don't give a damn about no sports. I want my baby to go to get the best education possible. That was my mother. So I go to Covington Latin. And this is what I want y'all to understand about just the challenge of getting to school. I'm 12 years old. I wake up every morning. Now, mind you, I'm growing up in Cincinnati, Ohio. So, you know, in the Midwest, we get thunderstorms, we get snowstorms. It might be a tornado once in a while if it's tripping, right? It could be hot as heck. Every morning, I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Mama make me breakfast. I leave out the house at 6:30. I got to walk a half a mile down the street. It could be 6 feet of snow. It could be a thunderstorm. David Justice, little David, is walking down the street half a mile to the bus stop. Now, I'm not talking about a bus stop where it's the school bus. I'm talking the city bus. I'm getting on there where anybody can be on the bus, right? I get on the bus. I got to take this bus 30 minutes to downtown Cincinnati. Jump off the bus, walk 3 blocks to the Union Terminal. Now, the Union Terminal was where the buses from Kentucky come across to Cincinnati. I get on it's called the tank. I get on the tank. Now I'm on my way to Kentucky. Go to Kentucky. About 3 miles into Kentucky is Covington Latin High School. The bus lets me off right in front of school. I hit the thing, get off the bus, walk across the street. I'm at school. Every single day, I'm 12 years old. Man, let me tell you something. When one of my sons was 12, he wanted to go to the neighbor's house down the street. I was standing out in the street watching him. Wanted to drive him to the neighbor's house. I wanted to drive him to the neighbor's house. I'm walking, he walked down the street. He walking 100 yards. I'm out there watching. Man, I'm in the world at 12 years old going to school. That was a hell of a challenge. But I tell you this. The reason why I say that was the most important decision that was made in my life is because I go to Covington Latin. I'm 12 years old. I'm 15 years old, my senior in high school. When I was 14 years old, that's when I started realizing as a junior, I want to go to college. But I know we can't afford to go to college. So how am I going to go to college? I realized at this moment that I'm a hell of a basketball player. I didn't play high school baseball, guys. I didn't play high school baseball. I was a basketball player. So I took it upon, I said, okay, well, listen, my mom can't afford it. So I got to start working on my basketball game. So as a 14-year-old junior, you guys have no idea. I used to be in my driveway, just dribbling, shooting. I'm out there for hours. We don't have a goal. I'm shooting the light on the garage. I'm visualizing the light above the garage. And my mama told me, you better not break that damn light, boy. So I'm shooting above the light, fellas. That's my goal. Visualizing, just shooting. I'd be in the room on the floor. I'd just be shooting at the ceiling. I got little pieces of paper. I'm doing my homework. If I mess up something, I'm doing an essay, I tear it up and I put my trash can on top of the door. I had it up there stuck. I would just shoot shots. By my senior year, I'm leading scorer in Northern Kentucky. I'm 15 years old. I averaged 26.5 points a game, 6.2 assists, right? I now see I got a chance of going to college. Notre Dame, according to my coach, Notre Dame looked at me. They said I was, too little. At this time, I'm 6'2" and 175 pounds when I'm 15. But I'm still a kid, y'all. I wasn't like LeBron. I wasn't like a 15-year-old that was like 19-year-old mentally. I was a 15-year-old who was 15, right? So Xavier University looked at me, but they said they could offer a half scholarship. I need a full scholarship. And here comes Thomas More College, Crestview Hills, Kentucky, NAIA school. They come in and they say, hey, we'll give you a full ride to come here to play basketball. Why, fellas, I'm signing quick. I'm going to college, right? Full ride. I go to college. I'm going to go play basketball. I finally get my driver's license. I didn't drive at all in high school. Didn't go to prom. None of that stuff. I get my driver's license a month before I go to college. My Uncle Chester from North Carolina, he comes up, gives me a car, 1969 Pontiac Le Mans Custom S.
Wow.
Hold on, slow down now. Slow down. You're envisioning something that's not what it is. Okay. It already had 100,000 miles on it. It was cream color with a gold top, green vinyl interior with a little crease of a cut in the seat. Just a little bit. Boy, I should watch this thing. You'd have thought I was driving a Bentley. That was when I rolled into college. I'm rolling into college. I redshirt my first year now. 16 years old, they want me to grow. I come out the very next year when I'm 17. Now I'm 6'3". I'm up to 190 pounds now. Okay, a redshirt freshman. First day of conditioning. It was involuntary. You know, we had one of our leaders of the basketball team. He got everybody out there running. It's hot as y'all. It's August. It's hot as can be in Kentucky. We run 3 miles. They just said, like, run to the mountain. They just pointed into the distance. Fellas, I come in last place holding my side. Because I'm a guard. You know, they expect guards to come in first place. I'm holding my side. I'm easily last. And I look over the field, over the hill, and the baseball team was practicing. I said, you know what? I played baseball. I did play Little League now, and I played, you know, in Cincinnati, everybody played baseball. You know, we growing up during the Big Red Machine, right? So everybody played baseball. I always played baseball my whole life from age 8 all the way to 18. But it was only in June and July and a little bit of August. Then I was back hooping because hooping is my #1 sport. Fellas, I saw the baseball team practicing. I said, I'm going to go home and get my glove and spikes. I'm coming back the next day. Fellas, I come back the next day. I go to the baseball field. Hey, can I try out for the team? Well, the baseball team, our head coach was the basketball team head coach. Okay? That's how small my school was. The basketball coach was the baseball coach. I try out for the baseball team. I make the baseball team. I'm 17 years old now. Now, let me fast forward this because I can get long-winded. I got to tell you how it happens. Now I play fall baseball. While I'm playing fall baseball, they doing that crazy ass long distance running, right? Soon as fall baseball is over, now we're in the gym. Okay, I can run all day in the gym. Fellas, I can run all day. I can run 20 miles in the gym. But don't just tell me to run down the street for no reason. I can't do that. So now I'm in the gym playing basketball. I'm on the team. I'm playing basketball too. Now I got to play spring baseball. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna do it. So I go play spring. Fellas, I didn't love baseball like that. I never had any aspirations of being a baseball player. Never. I'm just playing baseball to get out and run at the basketball. So I play spring baseball. Now let me fast forward you. I fast forward you to the next year. Now I'm 18 years old. I'm a redshirt sophomore, right? I'm in my junior year of college, and we go play Xavier University, a Division I school. You know how those Division I schools, they always put on the schedule them small NAIA schools where they can pad their records, right? Except when I was at Thomas More, we had one of the best teams Thomas More ever had. We go play Xavier at Xavier. Beautiful facilities, home run, fence, everything. My first at bat, I hit one over the sports complex in right field. I'm 190 now. Hit one in the sports complex. My third at bat, I come up, fellas, with the bases loaded. They bring a lefty in to face me. First pitch he threw, I shot him over the sports complex in right field. Well, in the stands is the Atlanta Braves scout, Hep Cronin. He's there looking at Xavier. He sees me and says, who the heck is this kid? Who is this? Right? I'm not on any radar. I don't play travel ball. I don't do none of that stuff. I'm just playing baseball to get out and run up the basketball, man. I'm a basketball player. Well, I'll fast forward, right? He finds out how young I am. And he would later tell me, he said, David, when they told me your story, I said, I ain't telling nobody about you. Nobody. Right? So, and now mind you, I don't know none of this is going on. I'm going back to college playing baseball. My head coach, he knows all this. He ain't telling me nothing. He had a relationship with the Chicago Cubs. You know, when they came and saw me, I didn't know they came and saw me. I hit a home run that day. I'm playing at a small school, guys. I'm talking about smaller than small. And I ain't talking about a powerhouse NAIA school. I'm talking about lower level, small Kentucky school. So what would be my last games of my college career. I'm getting ready in the dorms, and I walk across the hall, got my uniform on. I look down the hall. A couple of tennis players was down there because, we all stay in the same spot. About 4 of them. They was like, DJ, man, y'all about to play? I said, yeah, we playing right now. They was like, cool. They throwing beers in a keg, right? Beers in a cooler. So it's me walking over the hill with 4 dudes off the tennis team. They holding the cooler. We walking over the hill to the baseball field. And as we're walking over the field, fellas, I look and I'm like, man, I think we played Kentucky State that day. And I'm looking at the cars. It's a lot of people at this game. Because we used to get like 20 people at our baseball games. 18 parents and 2 girlfriends. that used to be who'd be at our Thomas More games. So as I'm walking across the street, though, the fellas are going like, DJ, come here. So I'm like, what? I walk over, and then all of a sudden when I turn around, man, it's a whole bunch of scouts on that fence with clocks and everything. They all looking at me like, I'm looking at you too. That's how they're looking at me. I'm like, man, they was like, bro, they here to see you. Word had got out that there was a kid at Thomas More College. But this is my last game. Fellas, my first at bat. I get up my first at bat.
Let's go.
My first at bat. I struck out.
Oh.
Hey, it was my 4th strikeout of the year. My 4th. And I remember walking back to the dugout and I was like, God, I'm gonna have the worst day of my life today. I proceeded to go 6 for my next 8 with 4 triples.
Oh.
You know why I had 4 triples? We don't have a home run fence. I'm hitting it so far, but they can play as deep as they want to play. I'm hitting it far. They running to get it before I can get in the home. So they got to stop me at third base.
Oh, Lord.
And on the hill was the Atlanta Braves Hall of Fame scout, Paul Snyder, who came to see me play. Well, fast forward a few more months. This was like March of 1985, fellas. The draft was June of 1985. In June of 85, the Atlanta Braves take me in the 4th round. Of the 30 picks they take, only 2 make it to the big leagues. Me and a guy out of Whiteville, North Carolina, Tommy Green. And as I don't want you to go through all my accolades, but all of this would have never happened, y'all. None of this would have never happened if my mom didn't make this decision to have me go to Covington Latin. That decision that was made when I was 12 years old set me on this path, because had I stayed with my regular grade, I wouldn't have played high school baseball. I would have played basketball, and I would have went Division I somewhere in basketball. I would have never played baseball, and who knows what would have happened. So I'll tell you this, man. I do feel like I've had a higher power guiding me my whole life. And every time I have, because we all older now, we face many a times where we've come to that fork in the road. And I always feel like when I'm coming to a fork in the road, I always feel like whatever decision I make, it's going to be the right decision, because I feel like somebody's guiding me in the right way. Because there's no way I should have been a professional baseball player. No way. Okay. So that, to me, that challenge of going to Covington Latin as a 12-year-old and that trek there and back and what I had to do just to get to school set me on this course that has me now a retired Hall of Fame Atlanta Braves player and here with you guys today. And Jake, tell your peoples I said hello and I love them again. All right, Avi.
Oh, no, hold on.
Man.
So my duty as a moderator is to keep the show moving. Do you understand how hard it is to do that right now? Can you please fathom? I mean, listening to you, David Justice, was kind of like listening to the Rocky theme simultaneously and hearing Richard Pryor doing stand-up all at the same time. I'm motivated, I'm laughing, I'm motivated, I'm laughing. I'm going back and forth. It's insane to hear this stuff. Jake, you know what I'm talking about. Come on. Listen, this stuff that you guys are giving us right now comes from the heart. But, you asked me this earlier. You know, that project that I'm going to help you out with, do my best. We talked about that earlier. That's it. What you just did now, that's it. That's what we're going to talk about on Wednesday. Because if we could, you asked me to do that intro again, you might have to do what you just did again. And same with Jake and same with Robert. I mean, do you see what this is? This is sweat. These are tears, and that's what you guys have done to me. But thankfully, I've got these shades on my face. The judges have to vote. I don't have to vote. They're going to vote right now. Thankfully, their job right now is to somehow do the improbable, if not the impossible. So Kelly White and you guys and gals in the comment section can vote, because topic number 2 is before us right now. Who's going to get topic number 1? We'll find out, guys. Mr. Kelly White, I'm going to bring you in first, good sir. Come on down and see if you could vote. I know I wouldn't be able to. Go ahead.
Wow. Yeah, let me say it again. Wow. I don't know if you guys got together to do this and make this part of my life as difficult as possible, or maybe Avi put you up to it. I am not sure. I will say this. If you guys have not sat down and wrote your books yet, get on it. They need to be written. Judging this, my goodness. Jake, we got some commonality in the background a little bit. I've done the indie circuit for a lot of years, so your struggle, hitting where you wanted to be, but then feeling unfulfilled and making that choice to walk away from it for something new, walking into MMA without a background, that's just walking into misery and ass kicking left and right for a long damn while.
And Kelly, undefeated.
Undefeated though. Yeah. I mean, absolutely.
Getting punched in the face sucks.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you were the one doing more of the punching in the face than others, so that's always good.
Had that happen on a few occasions. I will say this, Jake. I know more about your bodily functions than I care to, but we'll leave that down
I
the
missed
road.
that one earlier. I wish I heard that one. I missed it.
Wow, David Justice, man, that was entertaining as hell. And to think you recognize as a 12-year-old where your life pivoted and what it brought you. That single decision obviously stands out in your mind. It's an honor to your mother. It's an honor to your dedication to take that, to go through what you did to get where you are. And you're obviously, you'd admit you're blessed. I mean, I can see it. That's a huge recognition.
She even bought you a moped once, right? When you were a kid?
You got it all, dude.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's
That's
awesome.
another story. That's another story.
Maybe it'll come up in topic 2. Robert, wow. You recognize a moment in your life, where you were doing something to honor a friend. Maybe you were in shape before, but obviously got yourself in shape. You went through all this training, and then you showed up where the job needed to be done, and you had those second thoughts. And I try to put myself in your shoes. I can imagine it. I've not been there, but yeah, I can see where that, you had a successful career. You had a full life. You weren't starting out in anything. You could have turned around and said, hey guys, I screwed up. Sorry. Here's a hose. I'll see you. Yeah. But you bucked up and went on in and did that job, and you've done it for 23 years. So no offense to all you guys are awesome, man. I loved every single story. I think every challenge was a true challenge, but somebody that decided at the entrance to a doorway of a flaming building to actually go ahead and risk their life, I've got to put my points there, brothers. So, hey, love you all here. I can't wait to see topic 2, but Robert, you get my points.
I thought you were stalling for a while, but Kelly White votes, guys and girls. I would too if I were in your shoes. I wouldn't be able to vote. Kelly White, thank you, good sir. We appreciate that. Let's bring in our second judge, Megan. Megan, tall task indeed, huh?
Yeah, this is a tough one. Good evening, gentlemen. Wow. These stories were amazing and inspiration. I know everyone in the comment section is saying as much. I feel like you all had moments where you basically, as Mr. Burke said, this is not what I signed up for. I feel like each of you had a moment where it was, this is not what this is not what I thought I was going to do. This is not what I thought my future would look like. This is not where I thought I would find my glory or my joy. This is not what I signed up for. But all of you still persevered through each of your challenges, and they had those turning points where you could have chosen one thing, and it might have been quote unquote easier in the moment to stay with the same job, to stay a basketball player, to not run into a burning building, but you all made that choice, which changed your lives and has also made other people's lives better in many different ways. That being said, I guess, wow, this is super hard. I guess I would say overall, the idea of being afraid and doing it anyway is something that all of you encapsulated. But Mr. Burke, you literally, I think, said that phrase at one point, that, you were afraid, but you did it anyway. And that is what true courage is. And all three of you are extremely courageous and inspirational. For this, I also think I will give my points to Mr. Robert John Burke.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. No easy task to vote here. But, guys, we're going to now get all of our votes in the comment section because, guys and gals and pals, in the comment section, you're the engine that makes this thing go, as you know. So, quick text from Lou Ferrigno, who's watching. Lou watches our shows live, as you know. Lou says, this is amazing. I would not want to be a judge tonight. Our celebrity judges usually come in, guys. Lou Ferrigno is watching. He's in round number 2. He likes to scout out the competition. So does Jesse. All right, let's bring in your votes now, and let's tally these things before we move on to topic number 2. Let's see. Q Cuts Taylor votes Team Justice. Okay, got your vote there. Thank you, Giselle, in the back for tallying. We appreciate you. Everyone has my vote. I totally agree there. Of course, I can't count that. Let's see who else. This is Phil Donahue. 3 impactful stories. I have to go with Robert. Robert gets a vote from Phil. Okay. We have more. Let's see. 2 out of 3 will advance to round number 2 of this star-studded tournament. Love the press. Love what we're getting right now because this is a living room conversation at its best, at its finest. Kind of like the Breakfast Club, and we love that. More votes. All right. Alrighty, I'm going to pull up some more here. I won't count all of them. Lester votes Robert, and then Johnny McKinney concurs and votes Robert. 3 in a row for Robert. Make that 4 as Rita votes for Robert. Zuriel votes for Jake. Julie votes for David Justice. Jake was so raw, I got to give it to him. Hillary. Okay, and you just have. I'm going to count that. Alexander agrees with Hillary and votes for Jake as well. Chad, I see you right there in the comment section voting for Robert. And John Red concurs and also will vote for Robert. Again, guys, voting for personal stories. Which resonated most with you? That's what it's all about. And we know they all resonated with us. There's no doubt. Ed says, got to go with Jake. I guess you will. We're going to count that. Thank you. Pete Sharpie says, awesome storytelling. It's been amazing. My vote is for Jake. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate that. Ramon says, can't argue with risking your life to save others. I'm voting Robert. Okay. Jeff Reeder says, I'm voting for Robert. Great stories from all 3. Giselle votes for Robert. Jake Hager had my vote. I do have wrestling bias. That last sentence. You gotta hit that backspace button, but I'm gonna count it. Of course, why not? Vote. I agree.
You like pro wrestling. You love pro wrestling.
Bias notwithstanding. I'm gonna vote for Robert, and Kate votes for David Justice. Guys, I can't count all your votes because we're on 53 pages, so I'm gonna count this thing down and move this thing on to topic number 2. Remember, it's cumulative, so the top 2 vote getters after 3 topics move on to round number 2. So, Mary says David has my vote, and Lisa Jacobelli concurs and also says David has her vote. Mindy votes for Jake Hager. Got it? Okay. I'm going to count this thing down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. You know there's a 5 and a 4 and a 3. Then there's a 2 and a 1 and a 0. So, guys and gals and pals, let's move on to topic number 2 right now. Okay. Topic number 2. Something I call historic mentorship because I'm a former history teacher. I'm a history nerd. What do you want? I've got to get these in here. I'm talking to someone backstage. I got to get history in there. So, why not? Let's talk history. But let's always have a fun spin about history because when it comes to historic mentorship, the brilliant Mary Oliver once wrote, the pattern of our lives reveal us. They measure us. We believe we come to adopt the routines of impactful people. I don't believe in idol worship. Just because someone has their mug on TV doesn't make them special or better. But you know what makes these participants impactful? They share their hearts with us. They use a platform for something that matters. What if the shoe was on the other foot? What if we could say the same thing I just said to these luminaries before you? If we had the old DeLorean, hopped in the old DeLorean, and something circa 1989 with Bill and Ted, although they had a phone booth, go right back in time and grab an old historic figure, a deceased historical figure. What if we could change them? What if we could help them teach by teaching a craft that we know so well? What if they crossed over to the 21st century? Is there something we'd like to teach them? Who would we choose? Well, Robert Burke's going to go first by selecting a deceased historical figure, and he will kindly explain why he would enjoy teaching his craft, any craft, of his choosing to this person in 2024. Good sir, are you ready to go?
Yeah, kind of.
The floor is yours, so low.
First of all, let me say there's something that doesn't really sit right with me. I find the show to be very spiritual, you know what I mean, in a way. And spiri is the root word. It means breath. It's Latin or it's Greek. Spiri. It means breath. It means breathing life in. Now, when you say you're judging us, when these people, they can't be judging us because it's spiritually, there can be no judgment. I couldn't hold the sneakers of either one of these two gentlemen that I'm sitting here with tonight. And it's very uncomfortable to say, somebody judges. So I just wanted to put that out there. You know what I mean? The pain, the sacrifice that these two gentlemen have tended in their lives, in their respective fields, is incomprehensible to me.
But, I
yes?
do want to respond to that, though, Robert.
Yes.
If I may. The word judging, I don't like that word either. But let me say this live because I will. Yeah. The fact that you can resonate with people telling your story, and David and Jake, whoever wins this thing tonight is not going to be looked upon as a loser. I know how that sounds. It sounds cliche, but it's true.
Yeah.
What we're doing here is having people telling you that what you said resonated with them. So they're not really voting. What they're saying is, thank you for inspiring me. I look at what they're doing here in the comment section, Robert, as being inspired by your stories. And there's nothing greater than that.
All right, so I'm an Irish guy. I can tell a story. Listen, historically, I couldn't think of one person. And if I had to teach a craft, my craft, the craft I want to talk about, started October 8th, 1984. October 8th, 1984. This October 8th will be 40 years. October 8th, 1984, I had just turned 24 years old. My father had passed away, and I had what I refer to as the Irish virus, okay? After he passed away, I was drinking drunk or hungover for 9 months. And my drinking started at a very early age. I'm not even going to go into it. My craft became sobriety. I don't say how I did it, where I did it, but I did it. And I did it with the help of strangers. Now, I looked up the other night historical people who died of alcoholism. The list will take you forever to go through. I want to almost say that it was not that it was needless, because I'm sure a lot of people tried to get sober and couldn't. But I looked at, I'm not even going to say the names because I don't want to sully their memories. You know what I mean? They were wonderful people, wonderful actors, wonderful athletes, wonderful artists, wonderful writers, all just super talented. But it was this one common denominator. We say from jail to Yale, from Park Place to Park Bench. It doesn't care who you are. It doesn't care what you drink. It doesn't care who you drank with. It will take you. And if I could talk to any one of those people, and say, hey, have you ever tried this? And they said, oh, no, or I heard about it, or yeah, I went, I didn't like it. Let me get a crack at them. You know what I mean? That's all I can tell you. It's not one historical figure, but the craft is sobriety, and it's getting us from one day to the next. I put down drinking in 1984, and it's funny, this is the first time I ever really directly mentioned this on any forum. I don't say the technicalities or the specifics of it, but the fact of the matter is my life and the reason I'm here is because of that decision I made that day. So if I could talk to any historical figure who passed because it was taken from them, because they couldn't figure out how to do it. And we do it with each other. I can't do it by myself like anything in life. It's just been so brought home to me. I do it in honor of my father, too, because he looked at me one day, he goes, you're like your mother's people. You can't, But the fact of the matter is, I never look back. In 40 years, maybe once or twice you get a little uncomfortable at a party. I never look back. And another thing too, to Jake's point, I started to train in a very traditional form of Okinawan karate. An inordinate amount of Marines who were based at Camp Hansen in Okinawa brought this form back. Very nuts and bolts Okinawan karate. You don't want to use this stuff if you're attacked, you know what I mean? But if you want to sweat on Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can go do this. It was mental, it was physical, it was spiritual, and it saved my life. I would just tell any historic person, that had passed away from this disease, that you didn't have to. And could I share? You call it craft in your question. In our path, we call it tools. So, thank you.
Good. So do I. And you got to put as many tools in your toolbox as possible. Totally agree. Appreciate that. I do want to say this, guys and gals and pals, again. This is what I dub competitive camaraderie. Nothing horrible that you see will ever appear on this screen, as we've already had, 45 nights of people coming together and getting to know each other. You shared something that was close to you, and I appreciate that because it hits home with me too. It really does. What we're doing tonight goes beyond something that I think is considered simply one-dimensional. I like that at the end of this night, at the very least, David, Jake, and Robert met each other and became friends. Maybe we need more of that in this world. And
never in a million years did I ever think I'd be sitting with men like this. Not in a million years. That wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And here it does.
Well, you know what, though? You brought up something that really speaks to me as well, but I have to bring this up because why not? Failure is not permanent, and it's not the worst thing in the world. So when you said I would let them know, hey, you know what? Don't touch that. It's going to ruin your life. You're right about that. But what really stinks is that we develop success from failure, because it's probably the surest stepping stone to success. Like, I know that you probably wouldn't have become the man that you are if you didn't go through that. And it sucks because I went through it too. And a lot of people I know have died. You and I are both from New York City, and that doesn't mean anything. It happens all across the country. But I think we kind of get each other. And the fact that you shared your heart about something that would help other people says a lot about your humanity. And really that epitomizes what the show is about. So that's my verbal synopsis and my soapbox. Thank you for sharing your heart. I appreciate that. Guys, Mr. David Justice, and I concur with you. I love sharing the screen with you guys. You're amazing human beings. Mr. David Justice, if you could please select the deceased historical figure and explain why you would enjoy teaching your craft to this person in 2024, please do. The floor is yours, good sir.
Hey, look, I'm like Robert. This is a tough one. Like, when I was thinking of, there's so many people that I could have picked that are alive. But when you start talking about historical, I really spent a lot of time thinking. And I was thinking, I got to think of someone who was on a great team. Someone who was on a team that didn't perform well, that would have needed my leadership and my guidance as a teammate. Because I think that was one of my strengths when I played on all my teams, is I always felt like I had the pulse of the team. And I always had a way of bringing everyone together. So the historical figure I'm talking about is my main man, Judas, one of the apostles. And listen, man, he was on one of the best teams you could possibly be on. Jesus had 12 of y'all. You were handpicked. I'd have had my arm around Judas. Listen, man, I know you're going through something. Talk to me. Tell me what's going on. What, they offered you 30 shillings to do Jesus in? Hold on, man. We can't do that on this team. We trying to win the championship over here, Judas. See, that's what I would have said to Judas. I'd have been, Judas, listen, you're a valuable part of the team. I mean, you're valuable. You have a place on the team. We need you. You can't take the main man down, Judas. Now, I mean, in all seriousness, I've played on a lot of great teams. I've played under the best managers in Joe Torre and Bobby Cox. Mm-hmm. And one thing I know about building a team is everyone has to feel valued. Everyone has to feel like they are part of the team. You see, I remember in 1995 when we won the World Series. We were in the playoffs, and we had a player, Mike Mordecai. We're playing Colorado. Mike Mordecai gets a big hit in the first round of the playoffs. And I remember specifically thinking, I can honestly say every guy on this team really feels like they played a part in our success. And there's nothing better than that when you're on a team where everyone feels like they are part of the success of the team. My man is Judas. Judas, listen here, man. Here's your value. Here's what I expect of you. Okay. Listen, you can go talk to Jesus and let him know how you really feel in your heart. But I can't have you over here taking 30 shillings and going, I can't have you do that, Judas. We're not doing that on this team. Okay, now I might have to trade you now, but I got to protect Jesus. So, my man, this is a tough one, and I know, but Judas is the guy that I would have spent time talking to, Avi and Robert and Jake. I would have changed his mind. I would have showed him his value and his importance to the team, and he wouldn't have did it for the money. I would have made sure that everything would have stayed intact.
Great.
I got a title. I wrote a title for you. Justice for Judas, the David Way. There we go. Guys and gals and pals. Trade Judas, Julie Hall says. Trade him. Where are you going to trade him to? All right. Guys and gals, this is supposed to provoke thought. We're getting that over here. We're having a good time at the same time. Jake Hager right now, guys. Jake Hager is going to do much of the same before we move on to topic 3.
I'm never going to think of Judas the same way in my life.
How do I follow this? I mean, do I just take my nose on camera?
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
So is he first rotation, Dave? Is he in the first rotation? Is he on the bench? Does he play?
The way he acting, I got it. Listen, we're gonna have a lot of discussion with him first.
I want to know if he's playing. That's what I want to know.
Start him. I mean, he on the bench, but I got him beside me though, because I'm talking to him. I'm trying to get his mind right, because he's trying to do some things that's gonna really hurt the team. Now, you're on the best team. You're on the best team, bro. You got Jesus as the manager. You know you got a great chance of winning. Why are you trying to mess it up, Judas?
You gotta promise me one thing. You got if this ever makes it on screen, can we cast David Spade in some role? Just some role. We have to get Spade in there. Guys and gals and pals, right now, that great dissertation, that great idea. I got to tell you, David Justice would be good in a boardroom pitching ideas. Good stuff here. Jake Hager, if you could please select a historical figure and explain why you would enjoy teaching your craft to this person in 2024, please do, good sir.
Wow. I felt intimidating having to lead off the show, and I feel especially intimidated having to follow that. I guarantee you my hysterical figure is not Jim Leyritz of the 1996 New York Yankees.
Damn right.
Bro, if I see Jim Leyritz, I'm fighting him on sight. All right? All right? Just forget about it. 2 games and nothing. All right, I'm done. Anyways, it's not Jim Leyritz. We got that cleared up. So if I could teach the craft of pro wrestling to anyone, I think I would go a little crazy and I'd select William Shakespeare. He's considered one of the best playwrights known famously for his tragedies. And what else is pro wrestling if not a tragedy? One definition of a tragedy is defined as a drama within the main character is brought to ruin or suffers extreme sorrow. Another definition is a play, film, or a television program that portrays calamitous events in an unhappy but meaningful ending. In pro wrestling, we consider ourselves storytellers. We want to introduce characters and take the audience on a roller coaster of emotions. The classic story of good versus evil is told in every single wrestling match and every single pro wrestling storyline. There's an old saying in pro wrestling, you can't have a knight in white shining armor without a big, bad, fire-breathing dragon. So what does that mean exactly? It means the bad guy is used to make the good guy look good. It's made to have the audience appreciate the good guy. You want the audience to cheer for the good guy and able to fight the bad guy. So imagine in 2024, pro wrestling is more popular than ever, more popular than the 80s with Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan. I think we introduce Willie Shakespeare to pro wrestling and we make him watch it for hours and hours. I think he would bring a style of tragedy and our fans wouldn't know what hit them. They would immediately be back to the days of pro wrestling when was, hey, is this real? Are they working us? AKA the good stuff. It would definitely turn into a new era of pro wrestling, and we would get back to that era of where it wasn't so obvious and that we were actually working the marks, as we say in the biz, AKA.
I like that. I like that. Willie Shakespeare. Yeah, guys and gals and pals, from Jake Hager. Willie Shakespeare would leave many a tear. It actually happened in one of his plays, As You Like It. There's a lot of wrestling in there with Orlando and Charles and really cool stuff there, guys, from Jake Hager. Got me thinking. And now, of course, guys and gals, you have to start thinking, because who resonated most with you and why? I know that everyone has here tonight, but give us your thoughts, okay, as we lend you our ears. Right now, I kick it over to our judges. Mr. Kelly White, who resonated most with you and why?
Okay. Again, another tough round. Robert,
you take my storytelling classes, Kelly. There's similarities between pro wrestling and storytelling. Pro wrestling is storytelling, right?
Oh, it is. I agree with Jake 100%. That's what it always has been, and it always should be, though I think you and I have talked a few times on Indie Tales, and it's not always. So, yeah, I think that's one heck of an interesting take, is getting Mr. Shakespeare out on the mat and showing him how to use things to tell a story in that vein. I like that. David Justice.
Is he a heel? Is he a face?
Who, Jake?
No.
Willie?
Shakespeare.
Willie'd have to be a heel, man. He has to write the bad guys. He writes them better than anybody, really. So I love that take on it. I really did. David Justice, Judas Iscariot, turn him around with leadership skills. I like that. That is some great imagination. But I'm a little bit of a history buff too. But then let's say you do that, you know, the big event doesn't come to pass, and they just all ride off into the sunset. What happens?
There's another season to be played.
Hey, we won a championship, man. We came to a fork in the road.
Yeah,
they all get their rings.
Not every team makes the playoffs every year, Kelly.
Hey, we won a championship. We get Judas on board.
Don't let us down, Kelly. Don't let us down. They got championship hopes.
Judas gets a fucking ring. That's what happened.
We got a full team plus a couple benchers, so sure.
Get that ring, Judas.
Oh, dude.
You know,
Judas, is he kind of like the guy from Bronx Tale? You know, every time they're voting on like horses, that guy Mooch comes in there and ruins it for them. Mooch.
Well, I just want Rufus to show up with the phone booth so we can get all these guys together and take a trip. AKA Bill and Ted. Robert, I really appreciate what you said about the judging. And I mean, it's for us, it is really just a word. I mean, I get 3 points. I have to give them to somebody, and it really is just based on whose story resonated the most with me. And you guys, you're making this so tough. I mean, come on, guys. Topic, slack off a little bit. Somebody, you know, throw me a bone. But with that, and again, you went the humanitarian route. You came up with something that you said you hadn't shared before as what you consider your true craft. And you know, without dropping names from history books, which I fully believe you, if you went back and looked at that, the people that, you know, had that demon on their back and died from it is probably a very lengthy and surprising list.
Yeah.
And with that selfishness, sir, I have to give you my 3 points yet again.
Appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you so much. Again, David, Robert, and Jake are all giving us their hearts, being very vulnerable, very authentic, very genuine. We appreciate them. Absolutely. Thank you, Kelly White. I'll put you backstage. Megan, I'm going to bring you in as well right now. You can give us your thoughts.
Yeah, this is another really difficult choice to make. I feel like each of you gave us something very original and thoughtful, whether it was something personal to you or thinking through like what would Jesus do, or what would Judas do if you knew better?
I don't know why the way you just delivered that was. I was thinking, what would Judas do for a Klondike bar? You gave me that jingle.
I also had the Lady Gaga song stuck in my head during that, but that's a whole other. So again, another really difficult choice. I think as a storyteller myself, and one who is a big Willie B fan, I would be very intrigued to see what kind of stories Mr. Shakespeare would come up with if you introduced him to the craft of wrestling, and what that would do to some of. I mean, he might go back and rewrite some stuff What would Hamlet do?
You might make it entertaining again.
Right? Like, I don't know. So I'm going to have to give my points to you, Mr. JK.
You might get some viewers to tune in, actually.
Right? People are bored with the classics. Guess what?
There you go. Megan again, guys and gals. Thank you. And
Just
again,
hating on
it's
Judas.
competitive camaraderie. It's what it's all about. Difference between this and Monopoly is the fact that we can actually see and hear and appreciate the luminaries before us for giving us their time and their heart and soul. Guys and gals, let's count all of your opinions and your thoughts. Let's see what we got here. Mindy, David. Okay, we're going to tally this. Phil concurs. David Justice choosing Judas. Who would have thought that? Okay, David Justice would have. Jeff Reeder Jr. voting for. I'm trying to see here. We have Justice. Chad votes for Jake. Appreciate that. Alexander Kelly's analysis was great. I don't know who. RJB. Okay, Robert John Burke. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ramon says going to go with David. Robert, because sobriety. Okay, Lester going for Jake. Rita going for David. Leah concurs. Goes for David. Thank you so much. David in this round. And whoever wins this tournament, guys and gals, doesn't just get the prize. They represent honesty and truthfulness, and that's what we do over here. Why not represent something like that? Pretty rare these days, considering we're trying to be divided by the masses, right? Let's not allow them to divide us. We're all very similar, as you can see right here. Karen says, this one for me is between Robert and Jake. I laughed like crazy with David. Jake had more of a humbling take on it, but this one goes to Robert for me just because it was so real and relevant to the present. Thank you so much. All right. A couple of more here, guys and gals. We'll count this thing down. Okay, David. One for David. Appreciate that. This is a hard one indeed. Absolutely. Guys and gals, Mr. Collado votes for Jake. 3,000 comments. Thank you so much, guys, already for 3,000 on one page alone. Jake gets another vote. Very cool. Allison votes for Mr. Robert Burke. Jeff Sr. going with David. Hillary going for Robert. Congratulations on 15 years sober, Hillary. That is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And you guys in the comment section are awesome. You guys are the unsung heroes. You guys are commenting and watching and allowing us to be in your living room, and it means a lot to all of us. So we appreciate that. Guys and gals and pals, I'm going to start counting this thing down right now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 is a 5 and a 4 and a 3, then 2 and 1 and a 0. So we're done, guys and gals, with topic number 2. So right now, I could see how this thing is tallied. Remember, in case of a tie or two-way tie, all three will advance to round number 2. That doesn't happen too often, only happened a couple of times. Let's see what happens again after this third topic, which is different for everybody. This is what I call the thought-provoking topic, because the relationship with yourself is very important. Allows you to accept yourself, allows you to be an expert of you, and create your own sense of identity. How well do you know yourself? Getting to know yourself is a journey. And sometimes in the business of our lives, it can be hard to take a step back, question how well you know yourself. When you know who you are, you might be able to create the life that you want. Maybe you can reflect on your core values. Maybe you're one moment away from happiness. You want it, you can have it. So guys and gals, all the myriad possibilities, all the many choices. David Justice, the question I asked him is, if you could take a single photograph of your life, what would it look like? And the floor is yours, good sir, whenever you are ready.
Okay, so this photo that I'm about to describe to you, it actually encapsulates two big moments in my career. So I want to paint this picture for you. It's a beautiful oil painting. It's huge. It's black, okay? The background is all black. Now at the top is the moon, and it's casting its shadow onto a pond. The pond is very calm. And then imagine I'm sitting inside a boat. Now, it's like the cartoons. Remember those little tin boats that they would have? And I got a line in the water. And I'm sitting there, and I'm looking up toward the moon. And I've got my hands like this as I'm looking up. Now, let me explain what this means. In 1995, when the Braves won the first World Series, we had already lost 2 World Series. And there was a lot of pressure on our team. They were already calling us the Buffalo Bills of baseball. If you all remember, the Buffalo Bills had gone to the Super Bowl 4 straight years and had lost. And that was something that we didn't want attached to us. What a lot of people don't know is the day before game. So game 1 and game 2, we win in Atlanta, and we go to Cleveland for game 3, 4, and 5. Now, Cleveland hadn't been to the World Series, so they were just, I'm telling y'all, you'd have thought Cleveland had already won the World Series. Their fans were on their feet for 9 innings, 27 outs. It was one of the most exciting environments to be in. Well, we lose. I don't want to say we come home 3-2, okay? And there's an off day, and the fans and the media comes to my locker. Now, a lot of people don't know that in '95 we had a lot of young guys on our team. Chipper Jones being his first full year, and we had other really young guys. And me being one of the vocal leaders on our team and one of the main leaders, the media would always come to my locker to get my take on, game 6, So they come to my locker and they say, Oral Hershiser, who was a pitcher for Cleveland, Oral Hershiser said, all the pressure is on you guys to win this World Series. So immediately I thought, you know what? Oral Hershiser is trying to get in the heads of my teammates. So my response was, tell Oral Hershiser I said F him, and if he wants some, come get some. That's literally what I said. Then another member of the media says, well, Omar Vizquel, who was their great shortstop, said, listen what he said. You guys have already lost 2 World Series. You can't win a World Series. Mm-hmm. I'm like, so my blood pressure is starting to rise, y'all. Starting to rise. I go, what? So I say something disparaging about Omar Vizquel. So now I done went there. I've gone there mentally, emotionally. I've been a lot of pressure. I feel like I just need to say something. So I say, look, our fans are sitting on their hands. They're not really rooting for us. Now, mind you, the Cleveland Indians fans of 1995 were like the Atlanta Braves of 1991 when we went from worst to first. That new excitement of seeing your team, be in the playoffs that ain't been there for a long time. Well, this is 95. Our fans are a little bit more subdued. Been there, done that mentality. They've seen us lose 2 World Series. They're not really cheering for us like Cleveland. So I'm calling on our Braves fans to, hey, let's wake it up. Let's go. I need you to be like the Cleveland Indians fans were. And I made a comment that I didn't mean it, but I made a comment and I said, if we don't win, they'll probably burn our houses down. Okay. Now, obviously, I didn't mean that. So the next morning, I wake up on the morning of game 6, and the media in the headline is Justice slams Braves fans. Not Justice talks shit about Oral Hershiser and Omar Vizquel. No, not that. No. Justice slams Braves fans. So now I'm going out. Before the game, I run out onto the field to get loose. I'm getting booed at my home field, you guys. One of the biggest games of my life, and I'm getting booed. When they do the announcements, I'm getting booed when they say my name. So now the game starts, and my first at bat, I'm in on deck circle. Fred McGriff is hitting. So now I'm on one knee, and this is the part of the picture when I said my hands are folded and I'm looking up at the moon. Is I got on one knee and I had my hand on my back, and I said, God, you have put me in a lot of tough positions, and you've always brought me out. Please bring me out of this situation. Now batting, number 23, right fielder, David Justice. And I hear the place booing, but I hear a couple fans cheering. And as I'm walking to the plate, I said, you know what? I'm going to play for those fans tonight. My first at-bat, I walked. My second at-bat, I hit a double into the gap. My third at-bat, I homered. My last at-bat, I walked. I didn't get out the whole night. We won 1-0 on my home run. And let me tell you this. When I got in my car after that game and I was leaving out of that stadium, I said, God, I will never doubt your presence in my life ever again. And I haven't. I said earlier, I'm a blessed man. I feel so blessed. So that's this part. The second story is in 2000. We're playing the Seattle Mariners. They got a really good team. This is A-Rod, and they got a squad. And Arthur Rhodes is their left-handed relief pitcher who throws 96 miles an hour, nasty fastball slider. I used to tell Arthur before the games, hey, Arthur, if they call down there, don't even answer the phone, bro. Just tell them you're off tonight. I hated facing Arthur Rhodes. But Arthur Rhodes would always give me one pitch to hit, always. We're down 3-2 in the bottom of the sixth inning. And if you have never been to Yankee Stadium, you have never seen fans that can light up a stadium and roar like the Yankee fans. And all I'm thinking is I just don't hit into a double play. It's one out. I just got to get that run in from third base. We'll tie the score, and now we back even. We only got 3 more innings. We got the Yankee fans behind us. We can pull this out. I battle every pitch. I mean, the place is just, you could just hear the roar. It's first and third. We're down by 1. I get the 3 balls, 1 strike. I know Arthur Rhodes got to come to me now. I know he does. I get in the box. I check my breathing. I used to always say, make sure I'm breathing. Check my breathing. I got my hands supple. I'm ready to throw that head. Arthur Rhodes throws me a 3-1 fastball right down the middle. Soon as I hit it, upper deck, right field, 3-run home run. We go up by 2 runs. We go on to the World Series. We beat the heck out of the Mets 4-1. We win the Subway Series. We win the World Series. Now, remember I told you the moon casting the shadow on the pond, me in a boat with a fishing rod? That's literally where my mind was in the middle of all that chaos. That's how calm my mind was. And that's literally what I saw in my mind when it was 3 balls and 1 strike. And I tell people all the time, I don't even fish.
Oh, Lord.
So
I
that's,
had
that's my picture.
Man, I heard Marv Albert's you were watching what greatness is all about right now in my mind as you illustrated that story. That's incredible stuff there from David Justice. Incredible stories from Robert, Jake, and the Justice guys. Again, different questions. And again, thank you guys again for the people who now believe in this. Thank you so much.
I see you, Robert.
He's got the Yankee hat. All right. Just do me a favor. No Knicks hats on this program. They're barred, Robert. You can't wear any Knicks hats here. Please promise me that you won't.
Jake, keep your shirt on now. I know you got a Braves tattoo. You know, it's a family chat now, Jake. Don't take your shirt off, Jake.
Oh, Lord.
This is the part that I hate the most, guys, because we're going to continue on in different questions for the other luminaries. Robert, hopefully he's not bringing the Knicks hat in.
No, Robert.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Robert, you're acting like you don't understand my pain being a Knicks fan. Yes, you do. You're a New Yorker. You know
A Knicks fan?
You know my pain. Yes, you understand my pain being a Knicks fan.
You know what my son said to me about 2 years ago? The Knicks are not getting any more of our money, brother. I don't want to go.
Good.
And then they just went and made this great trade. And now, listen.
The moment I stopped watching the Knicks is when they started winning. Like
we
literally.
used to refer to it as a Broadway show. They sell out every night. There's no player development. They're going to pack the place. What do they have to, But
no, that's it.
It's just,
Dolan doesn't care. Dolan doesn't care about the talent of the roster.
They could be up 38 points with 2 minutes left, and we'd say there's still time for them to blow. I mean, it was horrible my whole life.
And they would.
We go to MSG used to see the other teams come through, other of our favorite players, and now they're doing well, which is so maddening.
Stop watching the team, and now they're doing great. It stinks.
Yeah, there's so much talent in the NBA. It's so much fun to watch. And
really is.
Yeah, I have my youngest son is a baller, so he keeps me.
That's great. And again, guys and gals, we're going to keep this thing moving right now. Let's right now kick it over to Mr. Jake Hager. Jake has a different question. Everyone has a different question in this topic. Let me read some. I'm sure he's got a lot of fans out there. As soon as he took that shirt off, guys, he's probably got to fight all of them off. We know that.
I got nervous. David Justice tells you to take your shirt off. You take your fucking shirt off.
Bodyguards to keep the people away from Jake right now. After that, guys and gals, Mr. Hager, my question for you, good sir, is if happiness was the national currency, what kind of work would make you rich and why?
That's easy. I'd be a porn star. I'd be on OnlyFans. I'd be selling marijuana.
I got to jot this down. Hold on. That's 2.
It's a legit answer.
Hey, so for me,
now look, the votes are coming in for Jake. You go. The votes are coming in. Whenever you're ready, good sir.
Yeah, I got my shirt on backwards here, but I'm not going to take it off again for David. But I think that's a great question, and I firmly believe that happiness is really a currency. It's called mental health, and you have to know what makes you tick. You have to know what makes you happy, and you have to know the type of shit that you want to work for that is going to give you fulfillment. Because if you're not like making yourself feel fulfilled, if you're not working towards something, if you're just taking an easy road and like getting fucked up every day, like you're not going to be satisfied. You're not. It's one of those things where you're like, hey, it's great. I don't have to do anything every day. I can just lay here and shit's paid for. But like in the long run, it's not going to be fulfilling. It's not going to be worthwhile, and you're going to be wanting more. And so I feel like happiness is a currency, and it's kind of like individualistic. Like you got to know what makes yourself tick. Like for me, I need to work out every day. I need to have that sweat. I need to break some barriers. I need to like push myself and say, hey, I don't want an easy life. I want a fucking hard life. And like, if you want an easy life, that's one thing. But like, when you choose to have a hard life, when you choose to say that I want these certain things that people tell you that you can't have, and then you choose to work for them, it's really something special. So that's really what I aim for. And if happiness was a currency for me, I would do a lot of traveling. I would do a lot of learning. The history of the earth is so old. We can't even fathom the age of the world that we live in. We can't even fathom the civilizations that came before us and what happened before us. So I would just want to travel the world, take in everything, and just kind of experience it. I'm from a small town in Oklahoma, 4,000 people. I grew up idolizing pieces of shit like David Justice. So like, what am I going to do? I'm sorry. Hey. I idolize you.
I love you.
Sorry.
I love you.
You did.
I love you, man. I love you, bro.
You did. He was actually very excited.
The sweetest swing in baseball, number 23. I just feel like if I could do anything that would make me happy, it would be to have something to work towards, something to struggle for, and something that I would have to spend energy to care about. And that would be happiness to me.
That's beautiful, man. No, it is. And listening to you describe that is pretty great, because we got a lot of people in the comment section who are inspired. And I always say the sweat is the sweet. Like there's nothing sweeter than the sweat. It's the ability to realize that you're working for something. And then you don't have to look over your shoulder when you start succeeding, because it makes sense. Like it doesn't make sense if you're not ready. It doesn't make sense if you feel like you haven't earned it, because once you get there, and look, I'm going to say this right now too, plenty of competition when it comes to screenwriting in the studio system. Plenty. Just as cutthroat as what you went through, David, and you, Jake, and you, Robert. And I've experienced it. And I say that because what you said resonated with me. You have to make yourself better, because if you don't, other people are there waiting in the wings. So that really speaks to me. That's really beautiful. And despite the fact that on a night we were talking about the New York Knicks longer than I wanted to, Judas being drafted to a baseball team, Jake Hager strip teasing, we are learning from these gentlemen. We're learning so much from these luminaries, and I appreciate that. And we're
check out my OnlyFans page.
We're going to plug that. We got to plug that. I know a lot of viewers are wondering about that. Man, oh man, what a fun night. And guys, please, again, I'm going to say this to you. Thank you for being here with us, and I've gotten a chance to get to know you too. So, for my own selfish reasons, thank you guys. You're awesome. Going to finish this thing off right now with Mr. Robert Burke. The question I asked Robert is that aside from this very moment, what word would you never want to use in 2024, and why?
I'd like to answer your question, but I ain't using the word. I'm only kidding. No, listen, the word is quit. Quit, and I ain't doing that. I'm not quitting. These two men that I'm sitting here with, I'm in awe of. There's no quit. There's the internet has brought a lot of like information, and one of the things I when I get information from athletes and from first responders, from militaries, things like no one cares, train harder, the working out every day. I have to do that. I have to do it for this. I work with a lot of people who have quit. I've worked with them personally, and today, just for tonight, I'm not quitting. You know what I mean? I'm going to keep going. Lots of times, I read something fantastic because I'm 64. At a certain point, I'm going to have to hang up responding to calls, and I don't want to be a liability. But a guy wrote, "Fatigue can make cowards of us all," and that just shook me. You know what I mean? Fatigue, when you gas out, you become a coward, and when you're a coward, that means you're going to quit. And I've seen that, sadly. And I'm compassionate for guys who just say, I don't have it. It's not in the tank. When you're on the fire ground, David will tell you, Jake will tell you, when you're training and somebody's asking you for 80%, and then they say, "Fuck that, I want 90%." No, I want 100%. And then somebody in your life, or some situation in on the field or in the cage says, "I want 110%. Leave it at 110%. That's where I want you operate." And all of a sudden you're operating at 110%. You know what I mean? When a fire pivots, when a fire shifts, and all of a sudden you're like, "Jesus Christ, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can do it." So quit is the word. And the fact of the matter is, like Jake says, I don't want a life that's easy. When I'm in pain, when I'm working out, I remember these men I trained with in karate. I remember one night I was doing maybe on my 500 sit-up, knuckle push-ups, this, that, and the guy leans down, and I'm thinking to myself, nobody knows what I go through. Nobody. And the dude leaned down and he looked at me, and he quietly said, "Stop feeling sorry for yourself." And I popped my bubble. I never forgot it from that moment on. Stop, because that's what I was doing. I was like, and that was it. So when Dave talks about like the moon and the calm, in karate we call it mushin. It means no mind. Turn it off. Just turn it off and go do your do. And I love that. Everything here tonight, if I come away, my life has been changed tonight by different things that were said here. I'm starting to see now that the whole project of the show is complementary, is to advancing people. But again, the word, you asked me what word do I not like and I would not use, and the word is quit. God has given me ability. God has given me love for my family in my life. I'm not letting anybody down. You know what I mean? I'm going to keep going with the grace of God and the grace of my fellows. You know what I mean? Because I can't do it by myself. That's the other big thing. I cannot do anything by myself. I can't put out a fire by myself. I can't make a movie by myself. So I love that. I've been blessed with a great family there's no quit. My mother and father, both on a boat in a basement. My father was the super of the building. You know what I mean? Worked on the piers. 6th grade education. So my background is mostly like a lot of my friends' grandparents and great grandparents. My mother was the 9th of 13. Farmers didn't get electricity until 1956. Nobody's quitting in my house, and my mother didn't want to hear it. 98, she died. She didn't want to hear it. She's like, she couldn't make you happy. It was up to you. you had to go out and do it. And I'm glad that I have parents who were immigrants. But anyway, that's the word that I'm not about it. But I have compassion for people who may, you know what it is? It's a disconnection sometimes. A guy says, you know what? I'm going to permanently solve this temporary problem. And I've seen that. I work with veterans on a weekly basis. I'm going to permanently solve this temporary problem. And that's where we try and jump in and say, brother, no, you don't have to permanently solve. This is going to pass. This is going to pass, and you're going to be okay. And we're going to try and make sure of that. So anyway, not to be long-winded, the word is quit.
I like that. Yeah.
I love it. Good stuff.
Easy doesn't win ball games. You're right about that. Nothing.
Smooth.
Nothing could be
smooth. What is it? Smooth weather never made a good sailor.
Right.
It goes on and on. It's like I read something the other day. It says modern men don't die glorious deaths. They die of fucking 98 years old taking pills and who wants brother, go out on your goddamn shield. That's what I say. You know what I mean?
Fire up. Let's go.
Seriously, when we trained in karate, it's like, I say, Burke, can you kill somebody? Why would I want to kill anybody? Our training, it was not about a good day to fight. It was about a good day to die. You know what I mean? These men were just so beautiful. And then, when they would come and do kata and weapons and everything, you saw lightning and thunder. I was shown these things by people. And when I was handed a black belt in 2000, he handed it to me after a month of kicking my ass. And he said, here, you work hard someday and you'll deserve this. And all it meant was that you're a serious student now. That's all it means. All these fucking don't quit. If you're out there and you're having like a little, just sit on your hands, take a breath, calm down. Get the grit of Jake and the peace of mind of Dave Justice and put it all together.
Just show up.
Just show up, brother.
Yeah, you're not alone. I'm here too, and let me explain to you why I do the show. So that people can wake up and realize that they're the universe. They don't have to reach for the stars. And so that you guys can realize that we're not different. And that people might put you in boxes and expect you to answer questions that are atypical. You know what problem? The problem with that is you become familiar with your surroundings. And if people start asking you questions that are very ignorant or repetitive or don't have any depth, you may not have any depth. So it's good to think. And it's good that you said what you said earlier, Robert. The voting and this, and there's a lot of things going on. That's great. Because that means we're experiencing something. We're feeling it in real time. And there is nothing that I want to do before I die rather than feel. Because the moment I don't feel, I'm already dead. So I love that you guys gave us your heart. You're right. I do want people to see you for more than just your accolades and your accomplishments and your name and the acclaim on the Walk of Fame and all of that. And you guys have done just that tonight, and I appreciate that. So that's my heart. If that means anything to you. Let me bring in our panel, Kelly White and Megan. Your thoughts, Kelly?
Okay. Wow. First off, I do want to thank you guys. What's that for?
I already know you're both
haircut, Jake. No, I really want to thank you guys for being here. For me, this has been one of the most entertaining nights, and we are well entertained every Saturday. So that's a huge accolade for you guys. Jake, I do want to thank you for keeping your pants on during the previous segment.
How do you know they're on?
I'm going out on a limb, okay?
They're not.
Let's not go there.
Happiness is a currency, brother.
It is. It really is. I enjoyed that. I think your first two answers may have been more accurate than the longer one. I don't know for sure, but I did like your run on that. Robert, the word quit, I loved your take on that. I wasn't sure exactly where you were going with it to begin with. But, when you brought up the veterans, 22 a day, always 22 too many. I understand fully where you're coming from. And I think that was a great topic. David, picture of your life. You used your words and you actually painted that picture in my mind. And then you told me how the artist composed it and why. So again, not taking anything away from Jake or Robert, but on this particular round, that particular question, home run, brother, over the fence, you get my 3 points.
All right, there you go. The truth is always might, brought to us by Kelly White. Megan, the floor is yours.
All right. This is another difficult one. I feel like I want to give one of my points to each of you if that were allowed, which I know that it's not. So that and that happiness might equal pantslessness, but we're not going to dwell on that for too long. Yeah.
Take two.
I'm having fun.
Oh, goodness. And I was going to say, I think that tonight has been the camaraderie and the joy that you each have gotten from each other and given to each other has been palpable through the screen. And I think that more than any kind of, judging, as Robert was saying earlier, anything else, like just sharing your stories with us.
That's what this show is, Megan.
Exactly.
That's
us,
what we do.
The masses, with each other, and just the amount of laughter and fun that you guys have had tonight is just beautiful. Avi, can I just give one of my points to each?
You can do whatever you want. But
can?
remember, voting is the backdrop.
Great.
Voting is the backdrop. What this is what you're seeing. Because I guarantee you, if David, Robert, and Jake run into each other, handshake, hug, that's what it's about, creating new friendships. Totally beautiful. Megan, sure, give your votes to anyone you'd like. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. All right, guys. Again, been a long segment. Let's see what happens here. This is the part that, again, in terms of numbers, they don't represent what a person is, but it does represent who moves on. This is a tournament. I will be unapologetic about that. Who moves on to round number 2? Let's have fun. Let's see. Right now, our votes. Phil, David, Kate, David. Thank you so much. I know, it very much is. Who resonated most with you and why? Let's see what we have here. Zuriel says Jake has to put a shirt on right. May as well do it in front of us. He did twice already. Zuriel, how many times? Once, twice, thrice? Jeez, Louise.
I want to win. All right, this is important.
Absolutely, guys.
I could never wear number 23. I could never be on.
It's some fucking show.
I got a lot of gifts, but looking good ain't one of them.
Stop begging.
The guns, guys. The women are coming out in droves voting. I wonder why.
Hey, he's trying to get the women's vote now. Look at it.
Well, it's coming in droves. Yeah, we're seeing it right now. Damn, can all of them derobe? Ha 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 ha. All right, guys, that will happen off the broadcast when we're not live. But that being said, we're going to count all these votes right now because that's what this is about, to see who moves on. And again, who will they face? It might be different luminaries. It will be different luminaries in round number 2, different topics. As you know, on Sunday nights, I conceptualize. It's been about 184 different topics in a year. Love it. Let's go deep. Let's get honest. That's what it's all about. Going with Robert this time. Vote for Jake. Robert John Burke. Robert. Something about the Buffalo Bills. We know they stink. Vote for David Justice. Voting for David in this last topic. Okay. Guys, I'm not going to count everything over here, so let's count this thing down. Guys and gals, looks like we have something you might be happy to hear. Let me announce this, guys and gals. With, as the top vote getter tonight, as humble as he is, no, he doesn't like to hear it, but moving on to round number 2 of the TKN Celebrity Tournament, which is all about heart and soul, is Mr. Robert John Burke. And guys and gals, and with the same amount of votes, doesn't happen often. You guys know that. You saw in the intro. Mr. David Justice and Jake Hager have tied one another, and they will both move on to round number 2, the TKN Tournament. All 3 of these men will be in round 2 of this tournament. Will they see each other? Will they see others? We don't know. It'll be random. But, guys, that's how it's going to go down. I know we're getting late over here. Late with a T. I'm going to ask, if I can, I'm going to ask Jake Hager if I could talk to him for a moment. David, I want to talk to you as well. I'll put you backstage momentarily. Robert, I want to talk to you for a moment. I want to put you backstage for a brief second. I want to talk to Jake for a second. Oh, man. It looks like you were like, man, oh, man. Like you or David would be eliminated. You're both in round number 2. You seem to like that news.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You seem to be elated about the fact that all 3 of you are moving on, and why not? It was a great night.
Yeah, it was a great night. I'm not gonna lie, this was a big performance for me. I was a little nervous. I feel like I didn't give my best answers at some times where I could really have made, dug it in and shown the emotional part about it. But
you were honest, man. You were deep and honest.
hey, it was a fun time. I love the questions. Honestly, that perspective in life is what I think we all need to think about. We need to think differently, and you're helping us do that.
Oh, well, take your roses, man, because actually you might have to take your roses once you get off the broadcast. You might be getting fan mail and underwear and other gifts probably from the masses here who have seen you, but they've also seen you beyond.
It happens every day.
You're used to it already.
What are you
You're
gonna
used
do?
to it. Yeah, it's just a Saturday, just a Monday. But no, really, you've given us, I know it sounds sappy, but beyond just what you give us skin deep, you've given us your soul, man. It means a lot, and your mind. And I appreciate you because you're a very intelligent guy, and you're a very kind guy, and you've retained your humanity. And you've got papers you're holding up here. Are those the topics?
I worked hours on my answers. All right, guys. This
amazing.
Was very important to me. I wanted to win. I wanted to compete, and I just wanted to share. Everybody's going through shit. Everybody is going through shit. All right, you gotta fucking keep going and just not surrender. So
that's totally true. And you did really motivate a lot of people, as you always do. And like I said, getting to know you means that you've retained your humanity. A lot of people who win on your level can't say that, but you're Jake. You're Jake Hager, and I think that's a pretty cool thing to be. My friend, I'm glad you had fun. Congrats to being in round number 2. Anything you want to let our audience know? You're always busy. You're always doing a lot of great things. You're excelling in life. Please.
Please check out AEW on Wednesday nights on TBS, AEW on Friday nights on TNT, and AEW Collision on TBS again on Saturday nights. We're the best in pro wrestling. We're the Under Armour to WWE's Nike, and I promise you that you will not be disappointed with what you see, because I'm going to take my shirt off.
Yes, guys. So we get more of that, which is great. Watch AEW, TBS, absolutely. Mark Henry dropped a little text here. Mark's a good friend. Mark might be looking forward to seeing you in round number 2 of this tournament. Maybe that'll happen. Who knows?
I tried to fight Mark Henry for real one time in real life, and he threw me like a 3-year-old child. So I hope that doesn't happen.
My friend, thank you for joining us tonight.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too, my friend. Jake Hager, guys. I'm going to bring in Mr. Robert, John Burke, and then David Justice. Robert, blown away by your courage and your valor. It means a lot, and I know you're not going to take your roses. I can already tell, but I hope you do understand that you really gave people a lot to look forward to, with your heart and soul being showcased to the masses the way that it was tonight. So thank you.
Thank you for having me, Avi. Very unique experience, as brought out in the introduction. As I was listening to the introduction, I'm like, what am I getting into here? But and then my computer went dead. I thought it was plugged in, but it wasn't. So
did you like the intro I gave you, Robert? Did you like the intro?
I'm speechless. Like, where do you get that? I mean, there's some of I wasn't in The Chosen. That's another Robert Burke. But no, I mean, when you bring my parents into it, and the fact that then we're in another level of play, and I really respect the amount of homework that goes into what you're doing. You come on the show, you talk the talk, but it's only because of walking the walk, and it's staggering to me. To be as prepared, to be as proficient, to be as professional as you are, you raise the bar, and we feel that. I mean, I kind of said to you off camera I said, I'm not going to prepare these answers. I'm just going to speak from my heart and see where that leads me, because I think that's challenging also. But at the same time, it can be daunting to share things. But these guys, when am I ever gonna? It's again another moment in my life where I pinch myself and say, "Look who I'm talking with." It's just fantastic, Avi.
I know they feel the same way too about you. So
really, really, really something. Oh, can I mention one organization?
I want you to, and guys, before Robert does, I want to bring this up every week, because I know you guys and gals can help out and contribute to something that really matters. Robert, can we discuss that for a moment?
Sure. Well, the first organization is called VetHack, VETHACK, vethack.org. And it is specifically for military suicides. And we have marches, we have rallies, we have ruck marches where I wasn't in the military. I played a military general named James Mattis, who was also the Secretary of Defense.
Sure.
And Marines responded to the way I played it. And, I believe me, it's like, okay, actor, boy, do it. And when I meet these quality of people,
right,
guys like Dave Justice, guys like Jake, who are intensely adverse to mediocrity. There's no such thing as mediocrity in there. So same with Marines. It's the same with service people. So we meet vethack.org and we march, and it's to raise awareness. It's for their fellowship. They get together a couple of times a year, helping each other in a very grassroots. Nobody's making any money. That not like some of these other organizations where the executives are making $750,000.
Sure.
Absurd. Very effective, very grassroots, run by a sergeant named Gene Wu. And he's been instrumental in my life for many years. My fire department used to do a warrior appreciation event each year. We did it for many, many years. And then the other organization I wanted to talk about is called the Joseph DiBernardo Memorial Foundation for Firefighter Survival. Joseph DiBernardo was a lieutenant who was forced to jump out of a window. People say, oh, maybe there's something you could imagine, like when you press the top of the stove and it's hot, how quickly you pull your hand away. That's the reality of a firefighter when a room fully lets go. Brendan Cawley, Curtis Myron, Eugene Stagalowski, Jeff Kuhl, and Joseph DiBernardo were forced to jump out of windows. Two killed right away, and then Joseph DiBernardo succumbed to his wounds a few years later. His father was a chief in the FDNY, Chief Joseph DiBernardo Sr., and he started a foundation. And the foundation is that the firefighter survives. Do you know what I mean? And because, well, not to get too technical, the loads years ago used to be cotton, wood,
right,
cloth. Now everything. Look around you in your studio. Everything is plastic. Burns 800 times hotter. So firemen have to be equipped to get out of a room super quick. Bailout gear, thermal imaging cameras. It's endless. However, what the DiBernardo Foundation is really instrumental is training. And not to be terribly long-winded, everybody assumes that the city and the municipality and the town gives money to the fire department. That's not true. Baltimore, these guys have to buy their own bailout gear. So Gary, Indiana, Detroit, instruction, training, more instruction, more training. This is what the DiBernardo Foundation does. And lastly, but not least, Dennis Leary Firefighter Foundation.
Love that story that you told me the other day about that too.
Name another fireman, actor who's been helping firefighters for 24 years. I can't. And it's all predicated. Most of the fire service is predicated on disaster and tragedy and heartache, losing someone. And so Dennis lost his cousin, Jeremiah Lucy, in the Worcester cold storage fire in 1999. And he started this foundation where most guys' foundations fade away. Not this one. It keeps ramping up and ramping up and ramping up. So, and again, it's for material training because Dennis subsidizes a little bit the DiBernardo Foundation. So you have vethack.org, veteran suicide awareness and mitigation, the Joseph DiBernardo Firefighter Foundation for firefighter survival and training, and then of course Dennis Leary.
LearyFirefighters.org. And we're playing this. I want to bring this up to you before you depart because it matters and it should be brought up. And I didn't bring it up in the intro, but I wanted to bring this up organically. Rebuilding 14 of the 22 firehouses in New Orleans as a result of Katrina. Thank you and thank your team for coming together and doing that. not bringing that up. Again, I know that that's not something you want to delve into, but again, take your roses, because I think there's a lot of people out here. You said you're almost 64. Is that it? Am I right about that?
Yes.
First of all, you found it youth and you look great. That's number one. But number two, yeah, no, really, be able to appreciate yourself, man, because, if you don't, sometimes people won't. And I think it starts with that. You went through fire school at age 41. I mean, how many people could say that at age 41, they dedicated something that means the survival of other human beings that share the earth with us? So I thank you for that, man. You really, regardless of the acting, regardless of the film, being able to hear you speaking about something that you're really passionate about, which at the very end of the day is saving lives. Thank you for that, man. I think we really got to know what really matters to you in your life. And the other thing that I would say is family. And by the way, not to be long-winded about this, but as a history nerd, I did want to ask you a bit about if there's any relation, as far as you know, to Burke and Burke, because they served in the British and then Austrian army before returning to Ireland, joining the police force, and I wondered if there was a little bit of
Are you
history
talking about
there.
Robert O'Hara Burke?
Yeah.
He transversed Australia, the first person from. Well, I don't think he was the first person. He was the first.
No, he wasn't the first. No. Yeah.
From north to south, which was probably hellacious. The first Burke in Ireland was William de Burgo, William the Conqueror. I don't know if we're any relation. He took over the province of Connacht. But very proud heritage. My whole family, the majority of which are still in that area, the west of Ireland. And yeah, listen, to go back a minute, when people call 911, even myself, I don't want to, they're calling you on their worst day. You know what I mean? They're having a really bad day. And if you can be cognizant of that, if you can show up like, wait a minute, this guy's an actor. What's he doing here? I don't want, you're showing up for people who need something. They want you to be a genius and, a Tarzan to solve their problem, no matter what, if it's a medical problem or if it is a fire centric problem. But and the thing I love more than anything about fire service is it's a learning culture. It never ends. The learning, the training. You think you have it down. Hey, we wear bunker gear. Oh, we have 45-minute tanks. Well, guess what? There's lithium batteries now. Go for it. It's like, wow. So it's always evolving. Nobody ever knows everything. The fact that it is a learning culture is just so fascinating to me. And I hope I'm able to do it for another little while.
Well, like they say, right? When you know something, you have a decision to make, and you have. Means a lot to me. I'm glad our friendship is growing too, my friend. Congrats on being on here again in a couple of months, and I hope you have a really positive weekend.
Avi, just getting to know you, I can hear the dedication and the professionalism in your voice.
Thank you.
Breath of fresh air in this world of mediocrity. And it has just been really kind of an honor to get to know you and see you now, and how you work and what you bring to it is astonishing.
Wow. Feelings mutual, my friend, and thank you. I appreciate it wholeheartedly.
All right, brother.
You have a great night.
All the best for now. Thank you so much for having me.
You too.
Bye
Robert
now.
John Burke, guys and gals. David, do you agree, man? I mean, we kind of came into this. I'm going to bring you in right now. Thank you. I see your lovely wife there too. We came into this broadcast tonight knowing who was going to be on without knowing who they were. And now we do. And I think that's a pretty cool thing.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
How do you feel about that? Now we got to know Robert. We got to know Jake.
Sit here and listen to Robert all night long. Robert is such a true humanitarian, brother. I mean, that guy, he's a special guy, brother. He's a special man. I can't wait to meet Robert in person. And Jake, them my boys now.
Yeah, but you are too, man. Take your roses, because I'll talk about the tournament in a moment. And I do want to ask you about something that you guys have coming up. It's really something worth talking about. But before I do, you've done a ton of these. I don't do podcasts. I don't like podcasts. Even the word podcast, it sounds like an alien casting call. So lifeless podcast. But did you have fun, my friend?
Oh, this was great. Avi, this was great, man. You really learn a lot about other guys and what makes them tick and what makes them reach the heights of their professions and really where their hearts are. And Jake is so different than Robert, but they're both such great guys, right? And it was a really good time.
And so are you. And so are you. Like, take your roses too, like I always tell everybody, because we got to know David Justice, not just the intellectual, the guy who's a storyteller, the guy who's putting people. I know what you're doing. You put people at ease. You've got that great quality. It means you care about other people. You pick up on body language. I think those are marvelous qualities that you have. And I can't wait not only for Wednesday to talk to you about some other stuff, but again, our growing friendship means a lot to me too. I'm glad our mutual friend got us together. How do you feel about being in round 2 of this tournament, man? 100 Hall of Famers, luminaries.
Hey, Avi, shoot, listen. Now I know what's expected. I can't wait for round 2. I'm bringing out the big guns in round 2.
Oh man, your stories delighted all of us, man. Look at this great storyteller. Really enjoyed hearing David telling his stories. We've seen all of your hearts tonight. I'm so happy we're here for. Congrats, David. Thank you, guys. But you know what? Let's give congrats about something else as well, because there's something called House of Sacred Flame, which I heard about today earlier. I want to hear a bit more about it. Can you guys talk about that a bit?
Let my wife talk about it.
I'll talk about it. So House of Sacred Flame is my jewelry company. I have a business partner, Marie, and I started a jewelry company. And our whole concept was we wanted to heal through fashion. And why is that? Well, because in 2007, my husband, our family home burnt down. And so that is why it's called House of Sacred Flame. I wanted to take something from something that was so bad, like overcome misfortune, triumph over tragedy, and kids that, I could come out of this. Well, for me, I was depressed, of course. And I just really saw how the community came together, as I was telling you on the phone for a little bit, that it was absolutely amazing. People were giving us their old books, their socks, not their toothbrushes, but toothbrushes, and not as if we, of course, could go and get that ourselves, but it was just utilizing your resource, what you have, what you know, what you're passionate about, to help others. It was a really devastating time in our life. All of my husband's memorabilia, our kids being born on tape, our wedding.
I can't imagine that.
Within a night,
everything, Avi, everything.
Wow.
We didn't have socks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Left. Some of our kids' pets, gone. It was really devastating to the family, but I knew that through the fashion, through the passion, through what I always dreamed of doing as design, I went to school for it. And I just decided, you know what? I want to do a jewelry line that can help people. So I started doing healing stones and stones with meaning, and that kind of really was the foundation. It was that faith-based line, and through that it just really grew. We do give back some of our proceeds through shows and that type of thing, have gone to, of course, firefighters and situations like that, but it's been absolutely fabulous, and I feel really blessed that I'm in a position to help others in another way too.
It's such a great thing. And even when I go navigate the site, which is what I'm doing now, I want to pull this up here. Guys, I want to pull this up because this is a beautiful site, and you can even see or read the story. Right? In 2007, the Witch Creek fires of San Diego, Rebecca's family home was completely destroyed. Everything in her home was lost forever. This is a beautiful site with a story that will break your heart, but the resiliency and the coming together of people really makes this entire site and what you guys are putting out there remarkable. And I am going to stand behind this because I think what you guys are doing is amazing. I'm not surprised because you guys are great people. I want people to visit this site again. I'm going to read this out loud, and I'm going to plug this as much as I can throughout the weeks. houseofsacredflame.com. Guys, that's all one word. houseofsacredflame.com. Please check this out. Bookmark it, read it, get acquainted with it. You guys both have an incredible story. And you know what I love about this is that everybody has the right to be woe is me and cry about all the tragedies in their worlds. And you guys don't do that. You guys get right back up. And if anyone has the right to say, hey, we had it tough, they say that the comeback is greater than the setback. You guys epitomize that.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. Listen, man, everyone goes through trials and tribulations. It's how we handle them that differentiates all of us. Correct?
Yes.
And it was very crushing for my wife. Because she had put her heart and soul in our home, and to see it just go up in flames, and our kids were young and they were traumatized, like to see how devastating fire could be. But it really put it in perspective for us, Avi, that, you know what? Family is where we are. You know, we can always get another house. But as long as my wife and our kids and our dogs and everybody was okay, hell, I'd go to a hotel.
That's beautiful.
What was most important to me was okay. You see,
that's beautiful.
Well,
Yeah.
just piggybacking off of that, Avi,
Sure.
I'm really, really upset, and you go through life sometimes and you have these trials and tribulations and you say to yourself, why me, why me, why me, right? And I was literally saying, why us? Like, we're good people. We give back. I don't understand, And my mom looked at me and she goes, why not you? And right then and there, I thought to myself, okay, why not me? I'm going to do something about this and I'm going to make something about this, So that's where I have like the passion with purpose. And also regarding the website, I do sell men's jewelry as well. So it's men and just so
men and women's jewelry. Sure. I would love to even really quickly look at the gallery here. It's a beautiful gallery. Guys, I want to pull this up. So again, you guys can be able to take a look at what is inside this incredible site. Here we go. This is the gallery. If you click the gallery, scroll all the way up over here. Yeah. This is amazing for both men and women here. This is all beautiful. It really is a very, very polished site. And again, guys, please support this because you heard the story. You guys can be part of the glory. Love this site. Love what it stands for. And again, I'm going to say this from the heart. I don't mince words. I'm really, really the one who came out here the winner. You moved on to round 2, but I'm the winner because I sat back and I got to know you and Robert and Jake on a whole new level. It means a lot to me. I hope you guys have a great weekend. And thank you again because your presence is a present, and I mean that.
Hey, listen, brother, it was so much fun. I'm so glad I'm moving on to the next round. Tell all the people that voted for me, thank you. I love you. Appreciate you. Be ready to vote for me for the next round. I'm coming with some fire next round.
I love it.
I'm going to be a whole new me. I'm going to tell
David Justice.
Too. I just can't help myself. I'm going to be laughing and smiling and telling funny stories.
I cannot wait for that. Guys and gals, David Justice, and again, his beautiful wife, thank you guys for both giving us your hearts and your stories and your time. Have a great rest of the weekend.
All right, Avi. Thank you, brother.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. We might go about half an hour, and that's about it. I'm going to bring in Megan momentarily, but I want to bring in Kelly White first. Kelly, we're going to keep this. We're going to talk a bit about it. But I'd be remiss if I just bypassed what just happened. We can't do that. So I would like to have Giselle on screen, Megan, Kelly, really the whole gang, Howard, John, Julie, and Mindy. Guys, don't go anywhere because we're not done. We do have an announcement to make, and I will make that announcement. And why not just tell you right now what it is, not keeping suspense. I'm all verklempt, excuse me. The announcement is that we are going live with all of our talk shows. Where? Right here. Right here. YouTube, Facebook. The last year our talk shows have debuted or did debut about a year ago on the new network exclusively, but now you can watch these shows for free. You can watch them whenever you want on the Green Room. Every single Saturday night. Once a TCAN celebrity tournament segment has reached its conclusion, we have not. It means we segue to a new talk show. That means In Details. That means Bloomosphere. That means Paper Knife. That means Truly Julie. That means Changing Minds. That means The Howard Show. It means Cooking with Purpose. Guys, it means all the celebrity shows we have, right? From London to You. Mark Henry and I, Lifting the Curtain. 70-plus shows. So many more have been added, as you've seen. We'll give you dates as they come along. Next week might be the first one that we officially debut. But tonight, we're going to actually debut the first live edition of In Details, which is apropos because it was actually the first show that Kelly and I recorded. Is that right, Mr. White?
That's absolutely right, Avi, and it's good to be here live in front of everyone. It's been a while. It's been over a year.
Over a year
since episode 1 was officially recorded and put up on the TKN website for viewing. And, as you said tonight, we can't ignore what we just saw. I certainly can't. To judge that dang thing, man.
I know every time you're here, we always talk about that. I'm going to go backstage now. I would love for you to talk about it with the gang because I need a bit more of this, a little bit more water.
Fully understand.
And again,
Absolutely.
I want you to know something, man. Like, that's why I don't like the word judging. But you know what I do like? I like the fact that even though we're using words that may not resonate with certain people, they realize what this experience is all about without anyone explaining it to them.
They did. And I think
keeping themselves present, opening up, trusting us. That's the beauty of what we're doing here on Saturday nights.
Well, absolutely. And I think tonight was, a huge gleaming neon sign for just that. Three very diverse individuals. Two were athletes, but diverse backgrounds, different places, different things. And, by topic too, it's like these guys had come up together. You could feel that camaraderie, that
it's so natural, it's so organic, man. It's like and they've never so David Justice never met Jake Hager. He looked him up, but Jake Hager's like, I'm a fan of this guy.
Yeah.
And now based on the message I get here, it's like, I'm a fan of this person. Before it's I'm a fan of that player. Now I'm a fan of that person. And that kind of speaks to me. But again, if I'm going to continue speaking, I need more agua. This is Kelly White, guys and gals. And it's always all right when Mr. Kelly White is here in the house. Same can be said for this beautiful, beautiful ensemble. Beautiful cast. First thing I mentioned in my intros before I bring people in is ensemble. Is that behind these very eyes, I would like to surmise that these honest individuals who know no lies are here on the Green Room every Saturday night, giving us the real prize, which is their hearts. And that's what the Green Room is. And we love that. I do want to talk about the segment that just took place with the cast. I'll go backstage, zip the lip, come right back. And then In Details, a very condensed version of In Details, will take place officially tonight. Let's bring in Zell. Let's bring in Megan. Let's bring in Mindy, John, Howard, and truly Julie. Guys and gals, please, what did what we just watched mean to you, and why and how? And please, I know you're going to have to contain your excitement since there's a lot of you on screen over here, but one at a time, please let us know what this meant to you tonight.
Well, I'll start since I have a voice now, gang.
Mindy has a voice. Let's let her use
it. So what I loved about tonight is, first of all, we knew their names. We knew their names, but we didn't know their hearts. We didn't know their passions, and they didn't know each other's passions. But they realized really quickly, I think it was at the moment in the second topic where they were kind of fist bumping each other and so forth through the camera, that they realized how alike we are, how, we come from the different backgrounds, but we're alike. We're putting our pants on the same way, maybe taking our shirts off the same way. But, it was a night of conversation that was so inspiring. Like when Robert was talking about the word, hey, Julie, the word of, he didn't want to use it, but he had to. I'm a person, I use a word of the year, and I always have a word of the year. And I have been down in the dumps. I mean, you guys know I haven't had a voice in over a month. And when he started talking about the word quit, I felt that from deep in my soul of, first of all, not using the word, but remembering the word. And when he talked about fatigue can make us all cowards, that resonated super deep. And I'm blown away by tonight. I had so much fun with David Justice and, Team Judas, but wow, I'm blown away by tonight. Never thought I'd be Team Judas.
Yes, I know one John read. Jury's still out if he's happy about your voice coming back. I could read John like a book.
Oh.
We don't know that. We'll explore that a bit later. But speaking of Mr. John Red, your thoughts on what we just witnessed?
When we're going through this and it start, I'm captivated. I mean, these guys had me drawn in, and if it wasn't just me, if you watched them as they stated their argument, they were captivated by each other. They were drawn in. When David Justice was telling his story, they were locked in as much as we were. I mean, these three guys embody what this tournament is all about. That's what tonight was all about. This is what it's been going on for the last year. This is a poster for what we have been going and having all year long for the last year.
Totally agree. Mr. Collado?
Yeah. First of all, as always, amazing topics, Avi. You always hit it out the park with those. I just want to point out very quickly that David Justice said, next time I'm going to bring the fire. Wait, so that wasn't the fire, what we just witnessed? Amazing. I got, Avi, as I watched a lot of the sports, especially when I was growing up in the city in the 90s, mid 90s. And that game he was describing, man, I remember as a Yankee and I was getting goosebumps when, now I'm hearing his perspective in the context of the game. I just saw it as a kid on a TV screen with my cousins, my 600 Dominican cousins. But he took us into his own mind and heart. And that what I was just blown away. Robert, God, talking about the tool, not a craft he would want to impart on someone, but tools, spiritual tools that would help someone battle, those demons that we all battle. That to me was also beautifully profound.
And Jake Hager took his shirt off.
Yeah, he did several times, and probably it prompted more. But we're gonna keep this all.
Well, guys and gals and pals, you're hearing from the Green Roomers, who again make up this wonderful network. Truly, Julie, you were watching and you were commenting. How did these three gentlemen resonate with you when you were commenting in the comment section?
What I just loved about these three is they really brought energy, they brought passion, they brought entertainment, and all of their storytelling skills were like on point. Like they drew me in, although I was a little bit baffled about David's portrait and how it came about, I was still drawn in and intrigued, and he painted a picture.
He's touching on a storyteller, right? Especially when he delved into the Buffalo Bills and their legacy, right?
I was like, wait a minute here, you lost my vote. But no, I mean, it was, honestly, they were all just so great, and they entertained each other. I feel like I learned something about three new people who I could sit down and have a literal living room conversation with each and every single one of them. It was, every single week I feel like I say it's my favorite night, but I really am like walking away like I feel like so energized, and I feel it gives my favorite night.
Well, I feel enriched as well, because wealth is something money can't buy, and what we learned tonight is that's very true when it comes to the human experience. You get to know people, especially in a world where people said is becoming colder and less intimate because of these devices. It's like, no, what we're doing here right now, sure, it's missing the old pat on the back. Sure, it's missing the hug. Yeah, but considering that we are growing together, and that's the key word, is together, and watching these friendships blossom before our very eyes while being plugged in, it's pretty amazing to see that. And that's really, again, that's what it's all about for me. That's why the topics have changed. That's why it's not what this was last April, which was fine and entertaining. But Megan, I think we can take away a lot by listening to not just these luminaries, but one another. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, I said it before that I think that seeing how much fun they had and how much interest they had in each other's stories and the emotions behind them and what they had to say is a testament to not only the heart and soul and dedication that they have, but also what the heart and soul of the Green Room really is about, bringing people together and having conversations. Because ultimately, I don't think that we can initiate change or inspire someone's heart or mind to think differently or to connect with another person by just getting up on a soapbox and preaching. We have to communicate with each other and actually have like fireside chats. Exactly. Like they all were like, oh, we can't wait to meet in person now. Like we are all connecting as humans through our stories, through our wisdoms. And it's not just telling someone, well, this is what is truth, and I'm going to tell it to you and you need to believe it. It's this is my truth. This is my heart and my emotion. Yeah. I'm giving it to you through joy and connection. And through that, then we all are connected. And that is where I think real change, innovation, whatever words you want to choose comes from, which I think is beautiful.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. I jotted something down similar behind the scenes when I believe Jake Hager was mentioning something. I wanted to define what this is, and there's many different ways, words, right? But to me, this is a partnership of mutual respect, shared adventures, collective dreams that are governed by the reality before us. And that's really what the Green Room is all about. So winning this tournament now becomes extra special because why not represent a network that represents humanity? And that's pretty damn cool. So that's the real prize. It really is. Yeah. I know Nikita Koloff will disagree. He wants the money, but everybody else, no, Nikita's great. Giselle, this was quite the night, and I would love to hear your thoughts.
It really was. I loved that they all came here to win, but also weren't afraid to play and let the humor out and show us how they can tell these stories and knew just where to place everything. And after the first topic, Robert John Burke came around and he realized exactly what this entire platform is all about and what we are doing here. And he said it, I wrote it down, I believe. But yeah, he came out with it and he realized exactly what we wanted to accomplish with this and how we were going about it. And it was beautiful to hear that put into words.
Oh, man. Yeah, it was a beautiful night. And Kelly, totally agree with what Giselle said. Again, and I agree. I say the word agree because it is beautiful to agree with each other and still have fun, right? The key word is fun. And there was a lot of fun being had. Someone asked me, they're like, what was your funnest show? I'm like, pick one. I mean, this last month and a half, I feel I get it. There's a sense of euphoria. And some call it performance high, but it's kind of deeper than a performance high because a lot of times the performance high is rooted in a job well done. This isn't a job. This isn't a job. It's a conversation. And it's really cool to know that, like, when I invite the luminaries, first 2 minutes, there's an uncomfortable silence between them. And then I always like to, and I've always been this way, I like to be the guy that throws the party, that breaks the ice and brings them together. And after 2 minutes, that's what was happening. David was opening up. Jake Hager was stripping. No, but they were all. You should see what happened behind the scenes before we went live. But oh my gosh! But it was really a lot of fun. So I could sense that there was mutual respect, a little bit of a shyness, because it is their first time experiencing something like this, which is why I really can't wait for round two. But I also appreciate the wonder of it all behind the eyes of those who are still participating in round one. Who are coming down the pike, because it means that next Saturday we get to see it again. We get to see another human being going, hey, wait, there's a lot of people commenting and respecting me, even though I'm not being salacious or talking about rumors or gossip. Like, yeah, right, we can have fun without doing any of that stuff. Right, Kelly White?
Absolutely. Robert, it just amazed me. I mean, he's been around, he's been in his chosen field for a long time. He jumped into the firefighter thing most nobly 20-some years ago. And to say this was the first time he really brought this out in a public forum, I think speaks volumes about the reputation that this show has created and the sense of, just safety and the ability to express yourself that it's put out there for everybody. And it's these conversations like we had tonight that goes back to what Mark Henry said, that, maybe some of the world's problems will be solved by the conversations that this show initiates. So I was amazed.
Yeah, I'm just hopeful that Mr. One-Upper Howard Collado won't try to one-up Jake Hager. Keep your clothes on. All right. College, ACTF, we don't need to see that again. All right. Guys and gals, those that know, those that don't, consider themselves lucky. So with that, let's debut a very condensed version of a show, which was the first that I recorded with a special man who I got to know a little bit over a year ago. The man to my right, Mr. Kelly White. Guys, I'm going to put everyone backstage, every one of us, including myself and even Mr. White, because we've got a really cool video for all of yous with an S at the end. And this is from all of us. Enjoy.
Wow. A little bit of a surprise there. Little bit of a new intro from Avi. Kind of highlighted some of the things that, we've covered on Indie Tales to a point. But yeah, like he said, because of the wonderful conversation on the celebrity tournament, this is a little bit condensed. So I do want to bring in my illustrious co-host that I could not do this without. I wouldn't be here without, and that is the ever so fine Mr. Avi Klein. Come on in, sir.
Oh, I love it. We get to do it again, and we do it live this time. Why is it? Feelings mutual. Man, oh man, I love seeing you as not only a host with the most, but someone who explains things in such a way that all can comprehend, even the non-wrestling fan. Why is doing this live really special for you?
Doing it live because it puts it more in the aspect of what I did for 31 years, and that's being in the ring. The ring is live. There's no, hey, wait, let's redo that. Oh, we messed that up. You've got to just adapt, adjust, overcome, oorah, as the Marines say, and just keep forging on. And it's a challenge. And like Jake Hager, he has a full invite to this show anytime he wants to drop in.
Oh, yeah.
Says, who wants an easy life? I know there's people out there that do, but I'm not one of them. You're not one of them. Jake Hager isn't one of them. And just about anybody that ever stepped in that squared circle is not one of them. So, yeah, we want to be challenged.
Yeah, and I like how the philosophy of Indie Tales is that we all in life, regardless of our chosen profession, started out independent. It starts with an independent thought that one has, right? To be able to have an independent thought and see where that thought can go is pretty cool. Let our audience know where your thought of becoming a professional wrestler started and how it started.
Okay, I think we covered this a little bit way back on episode 1 where you and I were setting up the show. But to reiterate, I was a little kid. I was living with my grandparents. My mom had a real bad health. You want to call it health? She took a bullet to the head, put her in a coma for 6 months. So I was being raised by my grandparents and the old black and white TV. And my grandma would turn on whatever the wrestling was at that particular period. I remember Dick the Bruiser and, some of the really old guys. And she would just be so into that. She actually tore the arm off of her easy chair watching it. She'd get so into it. And, of course, that, I love my grandma. It just resonated with me. And just as I watched it, on and on growing up, it's like, wow, you can go out there and be a hero. And that kind of stuck with me and, became a dream. Oddly, I spent most of my career as the villain, but, that's a story for another time. It was just as enjoyable.
Was the Elvis character a villain, too, that you played?
He was a smart ass. Started out, and you can testify to this. Typically, when you first start out, you go out as a face or maybe the good guy. Because the bad guy is the one in charge. Right? Yeah, they call the match. They're telling you what to do. Mm-hmm. So it was common, but I don't know. I like to be in charge, so I didn't stay in that capacity very long. I did the heel turn.
How long do you think the transition was from face to heel? Around, roughly.
It was probably about a year. Okay. I was in the face, and it was a sudden turn. It wasn't one of those big lead ups. I forget exactly how we played it, but basically I think it was a tag match. We lost. I got mad, attacked my tag partner. It's pretty classic stuff. We weren't trying to reinvent the wheel. But then I got to do the heel thing, and I changed my music from Heartbreak Hotel, which always got pop when I came out in the Elvis gimmick, to I Hate Everything About You. And my
Ugly Kid Joe.
Ugly Kid Joe. Love Ugly Kid Joe. Yeah. And I was from Anywhere But Here.
Oh, I like that.
So it was a cheap heat, but it was instantaneous. It played well. And I just love being the heel. Later in my career, it was kind of nice turning that around and getting the accolades. But being in charge, telling the story. Jake Hager mentioned that earlier.
What about, and this is something that I think we covered briefly, but not, again, guys, we're recapping because if you haven't subscribed to the new network, that's okay. You can relive these stories here live. This is Indie Tales episode, guys, officially, if I'm not mistaken, number 4. This is Indie Tales number 4, if I'm not mistaken. There are 3. Technically, there are 3, right? And you're going to be seeing some guys that are, and some are in the can. There's another one that you're going to see, guys and gals and pals, that is not live, but it is part 2 of the amazing tribute that Kelly J. White was able to provide us through an amazing, amazing testimonial. And we saw a lot of people honor your friend as well. We're going to have part 2 of that, but that's what I wanted to ask you about, which is mentorship. You've also mentored a lot of the kids out there, a lot of the ones who are going, I guess, really learning more about this craft. I asked Scott Winters this question, and I'm going to ask you the same question about your field. And ask Jeremy London this question too. Is it as rewarding to teach the youngsters when it comes to seeing them develop and help them develop as it is chronicling your own journey and watching yourself develop? Is it as rewarding for you?
It's actually more, because, and this is, not only in wrestling, but other parts of my life, is seeing somebody start from basically the zero. I really don't know anything. Sometimes they don't want to admit that, but that's step one, is make them realize it and then take them on that journey and let them grow. And the thing is, not everybody grows at the same rate or in the same way. There's a big difference between a 6'8", 350-pound guy and a 5'10", 180-pound guy. They're not going to do the same. They're not going to grow the same. They're not going to end up the same.
It's true.
But they can possibly end up in the same place, and that's at the very top of where they want to be. That's more on them. But my thing in that is to give them the tools and the knowledge. One thing I always told people when they were training, and I'm a big guy on basics, you're going to bump your ass off before you do an arm drag or a lockup or anything else, because training dictates not if you're going to get hurt, because you are. It's when and how often and how bad.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it took Ted Petty, Rocco Rock. When we trained under Ted, it took us maybe 3 months to even see the ring. Everything was cardiovascular, everything. And it really, I saw guys that never came back because they couldn't really stomach it, literally. Yeah. And they were vomiting and throwing up and doing 500 free squats and running outside and having a disciplinarian like Ted. My gosh, not to mention Carluzzo lurking around, if you knew him. Yeah. But and that's really what the journey was about. It was to see whether or not, because you have to also make sure that people understand when you're in the ring with someone, you're giving them your body.
Yeah.
And if you're giving them your body and they're supposed to trust you as much as you trust them, you want to know that the people you're working with are in good shape. You want to know the people you're working with are able to help you tell a story, because you can't tell it alone. No. So I got that years later, and I was like, I admittedly did not do, I'll say it live, did not do well. I had a good body, and I could rock the mic, but I was not a pro wrestler. You know what I mean? I didn't have the aerial moves, and I didn't have the amateur background. But people I knew said stick with it because of other reasons, but I didn't. I found something else that I really loved and went after that. You still did this up until about a year ago, and I remember the look in your eyes. I remember that screenshot the night after you retired. I remember that thing, and it was bittersweet. There was some stuff going on in your life, but man, oh man, isn't it great to be able to say that there was a time in your life where you had to step away, but then you came out calling the shots. You were able to end your career on your terms, and that's pretty cool.
It was very cool, because I don't know so many guys. I was the exception. There are so many guys that they have a life change and they kind of life forces them away from it. Other guys, injuries is a big thing. How many careers end on injuries? Yeah, maybe they'll shuffle along for another year or so. Finally, guys like, hey, I can't do it anymore. I got to pick my date. And I did that. I did have a hiatus, and I came back because I wanted to do that. And 5 years out, I said, this is when I'm going to retire. And it worked out. I actually retired the day before my 55th birthday. I said, when I turn 55, I'm not doing this anymore. I did it till the day before. And I don't know if you ever got to watch that match, but I'm pretty proud of it.
Yeah, I did. And it was an awesome match, and I want to be able to show it. Guys, we're going to see more about the body of work that Kelly White has, some of his great matches. We'll talk about them. We'll bring in guests, as Kelly alluded to, those who've reached the pinnacle, those who are still on their way up, that Kelly knows. And he tells us it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. And hey, if you want to laugh, because we really honestly are always able to showcase why levity is so important. You're going to get to watch one of my old matches. How about that? Live
I
and in
think
person.
people are going to line up for that. I might try to get a popcorn vendor going.
No. I do see Howard Collado with questions. Guys, yeah, some questions from the Green Roomers. If you have one question, we'll keep this brief, but if you have one question for Kelly White, starting with Howard, I see you got your hand up there. What question do you want to ask Kelly White? Go ahead. Floor is yours, Howard.
Yeah, I put something in the comment section. How painful is bumping?
Starting out, it's extremely painful. I had a different training method when I came on than Avi. They took him out and ran him to death.
Yeah.
My guy expected you to be in some kind of shape when you showed up day one. Wow. And you got in the ring and you were shown the basic back bump and running the ropes.
Yeah,
and everybody calls them ropes. They're 1/2-inch cable with a little bit of padding and tape over them.
Jeez.
And they're tight. So at the end of day one, after all those bumps, my back just felt like it was on fire. I had a bruise that started from here and went all the way down my ribs, as did everybody.
Yeah.
And that was, are you going to come back or not?
Yeah.
And to be honest, about 9 out of 10 guys didn't. I was just dumb enough to do it.
Wow.
So
That
it hurt.
there's a question from Chad. And you guys, you can ask questions, of course. This is your show. It's all the engine that makes this entire thing go. Your questions are always appreciated. Chad, who was your toughest opponent, Kelly?
Toughest opponent. I'm going to stick with the guy who has my utmost respect, and he was one of the big, scary guys on the independent circuit. And I'm saying that. His name was T. Ranchula out of Pittsburgh. He was on ECW. He did Starrcade. He never got on the roster big time, but he would go up there, get the bookings and stuff. And he was just one of those guys. You had to earn his respect, and you usually earned it by being able to take pain. First time I worked him, I'd seen him working some guys, and a guy that size sometimes worries about hurting people, and I thought his punches looked a little soft. And I said, don't worry about it, brother. Go ahead and lay it. Wrong thing to say to a man that is 6'7", 340 pounds.
The potatoes. Yeah.
He laid it in. Now, here's how we earned his respect, though. Same card. Third match I'd wrestled. It was the Battle Royal, and me, my tag partner Viper, and him were the last 3 in. And me and Viper backed him up on the ropes. Viper said, take a clothesline. We shot him off. He clotheslined us. Viper got mad. Viper's he's a lot smaller than me, barely made 200 pounds. I was halfway gassed, but we got back up. We beat him down, backed him up, and Viper leans in. I heard him say, he says, you bump, you big son of a bitch, or we'll put your head in the dirt. He loved us after that. I worked him many times, had great matches.
Jeff, describe your favorite match. Kelly, guys, we usually go 3 hours and a half. We're going to go a little bit longer, so I'm only going to ask a couple more questions. But Jeff Jr., describe your favorite match, Kelly.
My favorite match, man, there are so many. I mean, to be honest, my retirement match, because of what it meant, the fact that, I was able to take that face turn and be the good guy and get all those accolades, even from the brothers in the ring, the whole thing come out. You'll get to see it one of these times. It was so emotional. And it just was a storied end to a 31-year career. If I had to go back at all, I had one match I would call my favorite simply because it went absolutely perfect, which is an extreme rarity. There's so much going on, but we hit every single thing we talked about and called absolutely perfectly. I was not over. That was okay. But really my retirement match is the answer to that question.
And Rita, that's a very similar question. So I hope Kelly also answered yours. Thank you for that.
Yep.
I guess a yes or no. We'll find out more in later episodes, but a yes or no question. So we'll keep it brief. Ramon, did you ever have to do any thumbtack spots? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah. I've done thumbtacks, barbed wire. Fans bring the weapons. The end of my career, probably I did more what they call street fights than anything. Just whatever the people bring. I've been tasered. Golf clubs I've used. So thumbtacks are pretty minor. But, yeah, I've done them.
Question, I don't know who this person is. Do you regret never wrestling Howard Collado in a thumbtack ladder flaming table match?
There is a small part of me that really wishes that had gone down at some point, but I suppose it's a regret I'm going to have to live with.
Don't I know it? Howard?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it would have been fun.
Yeah,
fun. Yeah,
Yeah, for us watching and witnessing you go in flames. Leah Smith, very quick response from Mr. Kelly White. Very quick, guys. What was a moment where you just had to accept defeat, and how did you get past it?
I'm going to be straight up with you. In wrestling, it's when the promoter says you're not over. That's just flat out the way it is. If you're a real worker, you go out there and you make the other guy shine, and you take the pin. That's the way
I like
it is.
We are going to make that match happen, Kate Hart. Guys and gals, thank you for Howard Collado. Listen, I do want to bring in Megan here for a moment as well, briefly. I want you to know that Truly Julie and her show is going to debut soon, and it's going to be fun. Going to get to know more about this amazing human being and her story and what she has to offer. John Red, Cooking with Purpose, is more than just a cooking show. We don't do anything that's just singular here. We are going to find out more about the whys. Why does John cook? Who does he cook for? Why does he deprive me of eating some of that great food that I see on screen all the time? He could ship it. He could send it. People do that all the time. John hasn't sent it to me yet. Why, John? And changing minds. Mindy did change my mind. I was a distracted driver. I was the one who had the water by the side and the phone while I was driving. I didn't know any better. I listened to Mindy's story and John's story. And through their testimony, I was able to change my mind about what I was doing wrong on the road. Changing minds is very important because it saves lives. And then, of course, guys and gals and pals, Paper Knife. This is a show that is not just about storytelling, Shakespeare, fight choreography. It's a show that is about a person that decided to go on a journey that is less traveled, highly criticized. Megan can attest to this. Howard can attest to this. I can attest to this. The life of a storyteller, something that is highly criticized by those that don't know what it's like to be able to investigate, ask questions, make discoveries. It's a great show. And yeah, lots of great talent here. So are you, Julie. Again, your journey and your plight is not just something that is one-dimensional. I can't wait to hear more about how you saved lives. You saved the life of your daughter, and that's something that speaks to me because when the doctors gave up, you didn't. When the doctors had no answers, you were asking questions. You did your due diligence. You did your work. So, everybody here, guys and gals, you can learn more about this amazing, amazing group called the Green Roomers. Let's bring in Megan really quickly. Megan, we'll keep it brief, but Bloomosphere is something that I would love for you to describe very briefly if you can.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like it's an ever-evolving thing, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to call it Bloomosphere. People may not know my middle name is Bloom. It's my mother's maiden name. But basically, as a storyteller, one of the things I guess I fully believe in, as I kind of mentioned before, is that if we can share ourselves with others and not just preach and not just say like, this is the right way, this is the wrong way, but show people different perspectives, and doing that through storytelling speaks to my heart and my soul. So in the Bloomosphere, we're going to talk about a lot of storytelling, my experiences on set, on stage, learning, but also the things that I love that I feel like have helped shape my worldview. I'm a huge dork. I love anime. I love gaming. And, those are things that when I was growing up, now it's super cool. Like, what's up with that? It's cool now. But when I was growing up, it wasn't super cool. But those things, these stories, these games, they changed the way that I saw the world. And I think that the more we embrace storytelling in all its forms, the more that we can reach out and touch another person, that we can have someone think of things in a different way. They don't have to necessarily change their own lives, but just having someone think of something in another way or say, wow, that perspective is also valid is super important to me, which also ties into mental health. The Bloomosphere is a many-faceted place, so I look forward to diving in with you and the match.
There's no doubt. I do too, and I really do. And again, I think that inspiring ourselves is not that difficult if we're able to shed the guilt we have of doing things that we like that are harmless and not harmful to ourselves. Like, how many times have you, Kelly, Howard, and Megan, sat around in your humble abode and there's an activity, there's a game, there's something you're doing, and you're like, no, I need to be doing something else that's more productive. But it is more productive to do something that puts you in a place that allows you to focus on your mental health, because self-care is productive. Self-care is inspirational. And if you just take that guilt away, maybe you could enjoy your time a bit more. I've been there myself. Like, I want to discover that a bit. Like, just really quick question. Do any of you still go through that day to day?
Absolutely.
the guilt of
100%.
leisure time or right.
Like, why am I not being more productive? Why am I not reaching out to more casting directors? Why am I not working out right now? It's like, because sometimes our brains just need a rest. It's a part of being human. We can't just go all the time. We're not machines.
No, we're not. And you know what, guys and gals? This machine here at 3 hours and 50 minutes, we are going to end the broadcast, but not just yet, because I promised you the chat hour. You're going to get the chat hour. We didn't know that this match would go. The last 3 weeks, each match has gone 3 hours, but hey, we are the winners because of that. We've witnessed it. And we're also winners, and we benefit because Chad sends us some really good videos, and he's a huge part of what we do there. He loves TKN. We're going to play his video right now. It is the chat hour, and I'm going to bring in John and Mindy and Julie right now, and Giselle. We're going to watch this video, close out with an outro, and really bid you all adieu. So watch these videos because they're a lot of fun. Chad gives us his own top 10. We'll see what his top 10 consists of tonight. So guys and gals, again, enjoy Chad's top 10. I'm looking forward to seeing it myself.
Hey everybody, you miss this mug? It's your boy, Top 10 on TKN. Well, let's get right into it because I'm really excited to be here and give you another airing of my top 10. Well, tonight it's going to be, if I could have 10 celebrities or green room people sit down and have a coffee and ask them one question, what would that one question be and why? So, my very first one, starting off with my number 10, would be for Mr. Mick Garris. Mick, if you could choose any horror movie, past, present, or even one that you'd like to make, what would be your all-time favorite horror movie, and why would it be your very favorite? And my number 9 pick goes out to Mr. Dan Lauria. Dan, in which episode of The Wonder Years do you really think resonated and hit home with the viewers the most out of all the episodes you ever filmed for the show? And my number 8, it goes out to Mr. Howard Collado. Howard, who was the guitarist that was most influential, that got you into playing music, and why? And who is your favorite band of all time? And my number 7 pick, it goes out to one Mr. Jesse Ventura. Jesse, out of all your years in wrestling, what was your all-time very favorite match to commentate, and which interview was your favorite to ever give any wrestler that you've ever had? My next pick goes out for number 6 to Mr. Gerald Briscoe. If you could change anything in how wrestling is produced now, back from the 70s, 80s, and 90s to today, what would be that one change that you think would impact the way wrestling is viewed today? Number 5 goes out to Mr. John Red. John Red, who is your all-time favorite chef to watch on TV or just in general? And what is your very favorite food to cook or dish that you would like to replicate at any point in time for you and your whole family to enjoy? Number 4 goes out to one Mr. Joe Rizzitano. Joe, who inspired you to be a voiceover actor talent, and which is your very favorite voice or character to emulate, to do, to make people just laugh and have a good time? My 3rd pick goes to one Mr. Jeremy London. Jeremy, if you could make a movie or remake a movie, what movie would it be? Would it be horror? Would it be comedy? Any kind of genre? And who would you love to have beside you co-starring to make this film come to life? And my number 2 pick goes out to one Mr. Mark Henry. Mark, if you could make one change in the whole world today and have it implicated, what would it be? And knowing you, we all know it would be something awesomely positive. And that's something that really interests me, is because you really have a giant, brilliant mind and a man with a huge heart. And my number one pick goes out to Jacques Rougeau. Mr. Rougeau, out of all the Canadian wrestlers, past, present, who is your all-time favorite Canadian wrestler and why? And if you also had to choose your all-time favorite match that you were ever involved in, whether it be you singly or with a tag team partner or multiple tag team partners, which match would that be and why? Well, everybody, there's my top 10 yet again on TKN. I hope you all had a great night and enjoyed the show, and just wanted to shout out to all the cast and the celebrities that are involved into the tournament. You guys are doing awesome. I love yous. Thank you all for the support, and we'll see you next week with another episode of Top 10 on TKN. Love yous all, and have an amazing night.
Yes.
That was fun.
Yeah.
He has some really great questions.
He does, yeah.
He did. He really went deep.
Yeah.
Gosh, guys, that's Chad's top 10. Every week, he's going to give us a different top 10. I think this was something that really meant a lot to him, because when Chad asks questions in the comment section, they're always very thought-provoking, and it really represents what we see in the comment section from everybody. You guys, your questions are amazing while these matches are going on. We're reading them, we're acknowledging them, and that is almost like the life force of what happens on this show, because all the luminaries and green roomers before you really appreciate that, because we want to know that you care as much about what we care about, because we care about as much as what you care about too. A lot of times we bring up topics that may or may not be something that you're knowledgeable about, but you're letting us know that you've learned something, and you're teaching us stuff in the comment section. Like, there were about 20 or 30 comments that I read today that were so informative. I was like, wow, I learned a lot from Julie Hall and from Chad and from Lester and from Gus and everybody else commenting. So we appreciate that you guys are teaching us a lot as well through your informative and passionate comments. I will say this, though, guys and gals. This tournament, it's heating up. We talked about the whys and why people want to win. We did talk about the whys. We know where it takes place. We know when it takes place. But what about the who? As in, who's next?
We made a place where things make sense, and you can walk across the street without fear. And you come to me with a plan to set things right. Everyone in the city holding hands, singing "We Are the World."
Words will come blowing out your ass.
You ever feel like nothing good was ever gonna happen to you?
Yeah, and nothing did. So what? I'm alive. I'm surviving.
That's it. I don't want to just survive. It says in these movie writing books that every character has an arc. Where's my arc?
Larry, what are you doing here?
Well, actually, I kind of need a bit of a favor. I'm so sorry for disturbing you.
You would never disturb me even if you tried.
Oh, that's very sweet. I'd before.
You've been stalking me, haven't you, Larry?
No, not really. I just saw the man out there.
Official, though. How many times has the pendulum swung in this one? Jannetty comes right down on his feet. Oh, look at this, a crucifix. He's got him hung up. He got him.
To the year, Hennig sends DDP in. DDP catches the man. He got him. Diamond cutter, get him covered. Destiny.
strikeouts. Bonds with a drive. Looks like number 70 for Barry Bonds. And it is. Tying the all-time record set in 1998 by Mark McGwire.
Side more than Dundee would want. He's open. There's a shot. A left hook catches him.
Oh, that was a good left hook. Wrong left and a White following up, sending Pierre Costa to the mat.
Wow.
Who knows? Will those individuals be next? Will they not be next? We have about a month and a half before round one does wind down. I want to say this again, guys, on the night where Indie Tales continued and also launched our live talk shows tonight on February 10th, 2024, on a night where Jake Hager, Robert Burke, and, of course, David Justice all moved on to round number 2, on a night where we heard about the story of David Justice and his wife as well in terms of what they went through. We also want to send a special thanks to all of you guys and gals and pals that are watching, because you make this thing incredibly rewarding for me. I want to thank the Green Roomers who are here: Howard Collado, Megan, Kelly White, Giselle, Mindy Red, John Red, Julie, and all of those who are not here: Pete Sharpie, Joe Rositano, I see Phil over there commenting, Pinocchio Joe. All of you guys, again, give us so much pleasure, because we love being able to give us a piece of ourselves. We trust you to give a piece of ourselves to you. So thank you again. And I'll say this before the outro. We'll close out the show with all of these incredible, talented, beautiful people here on screen. There are 3 ways. I was trying to, not a math major, but I think there are 3 ways to ultimate success. And I could be wrong. The first way is to be kind. The second way is to be kind. And the third way is to be kind. Let's all succeed together. Guys and gals, thank you for watching us. Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Black Box, fun game, different prizes. And next week, episode number 177. Who will show up next week? If you predict 2 out of 3, you get $400. If you predict 3 out of 3, you win $600. Let's see who wins next week. At the end of this outro, it's a very brief outro, 5 minutes. At the end of this outro, you'll get some hints as to who's showing up next week. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Thank you again for giving us your time. We are the Green Room, and you guys are absolutely awesome.
Obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed?
He's an award winner many times over, and his body of work is incredible. Take your pick and give it up for a kind, humble, talented human being. Last name Garris, first name Mick.
Was Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. They took the monsters seriously. They never made fun of them. They never mocked them. But they put them in funny surroundings with Bud and Lou.
Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you. Come.
I know we're all ready to give it up to a talented, humble human being and friend. Last name Johnson, first name Eddie.
Maloney Johnson at the buzzer. We listen to a podcast, gentlemen. We are seeking one of 2 things. We're seeking information or wanting to be entertained.
Are you not entertained? Many of you would flock to get a glimpse of this legend, so put your hands together for a wonderful human being. Last name Rougeau, first name Jacques.
And boss man, I just think that you hit the road, chicken.
Loved ones and had a snake there and...
Let me tell you something. I'm the brain here, and I'm this, and I'm that. And Jimmy Hart was never spoke about himself.
The Mountie always gets his man! Yeah!
So put your hands together and welcome a legend of a human being and talent. Last name Mantegna, first name Joe.
And when it moves you to where it's like, it's actually causing your senses to react. things inside you that churn and tears come to your eyes.
Kind, intelligent, classy human being. First name John, last name Lakefield.
The game itself. I mean, it was the call, they say, of all time. The call of the century. Giants win the pennant. Giants win the pennant. And I can't believe it. Giants win.
So put your hands together for a friend and an amazing man. Last name Nevik, first name Corinne.
You know, the battle rap and the break dancing and the graffiti art. It was a very positive thing that was happening in the inner city at that time.
A great friend, former NBA owner, GM, last name Babcock, first name Pete Babcock.
That the team sport of those consecutive championships far exceeds any individual accomplishment.
But do welcome and applaud a man who's honest, sincere, and humble. Last name Ventura, first name Jesse.
The Day the Earth Stood Still, the original film starring Michael Rennie. This film needs to come back because of the world situation we're in right now. Payback time.
This heart of mine on full display I provide unto you wholeheartedly. It guides me. It is as eternal as it is external. It was controversial that they lied to us.
Truth is the most important value we have.
Lying to our public is controversial. We were told we were fighting a war.
Government murders truth. If we cannot respect the hearts of these people, then this is not the country in which I was born in, and it's certainly not the country that I want to die in.
This man has been there from day one. He's become a brother, and you all better be prepared to put on your shades because when he flashes a smile, he produces one hell of a spark. So give it up from Jersey to Denmark. Don't whisper, let's bark, and greet a legendary human being. Last name Henry, first name Mark. Mark Henry, welcome, my friend.
Red Auerbach created structure, and there was not a lot of one-on-one.
I'm going to be the most dominant champion of all time.
People grabbed Ruby, they got the gun. They hustled him out of the room.
What he would do is he'd say mellow.
We find out a lot about the human interaction.
Sometimes I wonder if I've changed so much, my wife is even going to recognize me whenever it is I get back to her.
Then when he came back as the hero, he does to help her son. He then protected him from the machines to save the world. So it was,
stop doing an accounting and, go be a motivational speaker.
And when we take control of the meaning, it's the only thing we can control our lives. We can't control events.
So I was under a lot of fire.
And hit Corley with a left hand and a huge.
In any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's going to win that itch. And I know if I'm going to have any life anymore, you got to look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now, I think you're going to see a guy who will go that inch with you.
You know what? Maybe one of the world's problems will get solved by listening to this show.
Avi, I'm gonna win this whole thing. Watch.
I know you are, Tom. I know you are.